Students are joining. We'll start in a minute. Hello, good morning, and welcome to Baiju's Exam Prep. In the last class on Friday, we completed the discussion on Union Executive. Then we discussed previous year's question papers related to prelims and mains. And then we initiated a discussion on Union Legislature. Sorry for the disturbance. In the last class, we initiated a discussion on Union Legislature. And I told you, first we will look at what is the various role and responsibility of the parliament, and we discuss some of these roles and the responsibilities. And the parliament consists of president, Rajya Sabha, and Lok Sabha. President we have discussed, although not in his entirety, but we will discuss the office of president again. And then we looked at Rajya Sabha. And I told you Rajya Sabha is the permanent house of Indian Parliament. It is not subject to dissolution. What is the qualification required for someone in order to become a member of Rajya Sabha? Then we looked at what is the composition of Rajya Sabha. Then we looked at how is the election taking place when we elect representatives to Rajya Sabha. And towards the end, we discussed three important exclusive powers of Rajya Sabha. One, under Article 249, if the Rajya Sabha passes a resolution, only then Parliament is empowered to make a law on state list. Then Article 67, Clause B, it is the exclusive power of the Rajya Sabha that it alone can initiate the removal of Vice President. And then to create a new All India service under Article 312, the resolution has to be first adopted by the Rajya Sabha. And once Rajya Sabha adopts that resolution, then Parliament is empowered to create a new All India service. Is that clear? Now we will look at what is the relevance of Rajya Sabha. What is the relevance? There are those who say Rajya Sabha is not relevant. Why? Because they say a money bill, which we will hopefully discuss today, if not today, then tomorrow, money bill and financial bill can be introduced only in Rajya Sabha. Can be introduced only in Lok Sabha. And we will discuss in a money bill specifically that the role of the Rajya Sabha is very inferior. Inferior in the sense, if Lok Sabha passes a money bill, Rajya Sabha cannot reject a money bill. Rajya Sabha cannot even amend a money bill. Rajya Sabha has to either accept this money bill, or it can give suggestions, what we call recommendations, or it may not act on this bill for 14 days. After the expiry of 14-day period, we say money bill is passed by both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha. That means even if Rajya Sabha does not agree with that money bill, doesn't matter. Once the 14-day period is over, we assume that both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha, they have passed a money bill. So in a money bill specifically, which can be introduced only in Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha has an inferior role. So they say Rajya Sabha is not relevant today. Second, they say that there is something called a joint sitting of the two houses, which we have briefly discussed when we looked at the amendment to the Constitution. In that, I said if there is a deadlock on a particular bill, one house agrees with a bill, the other house does not agree with this bill, then what is the solution? The president calls for a joint sitting of the two houses of the parliament, which means both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha, they will come together and discuss this bill and pass this bill by simple majority. But if it is simple majority, what does that mean? Majority of the members present and voting. What is the composition of Lok Sabha? It has 543 MPs. What is the composition of Rajya Sabha? It has 245 MPs only, which means numerically it is the Lok Sabha which is superior in terms of numbers, in terms of composition. So in this joint sitting of the two houses, it is the will of the Lok Sabha which prevails. Rajya Sabha has an inferior role. That is why they say Rajya Sabha is not relevant. And they say Rajya Sabha acts as a blocker. If government has a majority in Lok Sabha, but the government is introducing a bill in Lok Sabha, government may not be in majority in Rajya Sabha, so this bill may be stopped and blocked in Rajya Sabha. So Rajya Sabha acts as a blocker of the important pieces of legislation when it is passed by Lok Sabha, which is the popular house of Indian Parliament. And that is why I say Rajya Sabha is not relevant. But there are others who say Rajya Sabha is always relevant. Always relevant in the sense, number one, all bills except a money bill, for example, it has to be passed by both houses of the parliament, including top bills such as a constitutional amendment bill. A constitutional amendment bill shall have to be passed by both houses of the parliament separately. That means even on a constitutional amendment bill, if there is a deadlock, then you can't have a joint sitting of the two houses. This bill, which seeks to amend the constitution, has to be passed by both houses of the parliament separately. That means Rajya Sabha has an equal role when it comes to a constitutional amendment bill, equal role as that of Lok Sabha. That is the relevance of Rajya Sabha. Second, they say even if there is a provision of joint sitting of the two houses, and in that joint sitting, the will of the Lok Sabha prevails because of the numerical strength of Lok Sabha, but only 3 times a joint sitting has been convened by the parliament. The first was on dowry prohibition bill. The second was on banking regulation bill. The third was on POTA, Prevention of Terrorism Act 2002. In only 3 instances since the history of independent India have we resorted to a joint sitting of the two houses where the will of the Lok Sabha prevails. If only 3 times in the past it has happened, speaks volumes about the relevance of Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha is still relevant. Important thing, Rajya Sabha gives opportunity to talented individuals through nominated category, where talented individuals from the fields of art, literature, science, social service, who cannot go through the dust of the Indian elections and be part of the lawmaking exercise. The Rajya Sabha gives opportunity through nominated route to such talented individuals. They can also be part of the lawmaking exercise and contribute for making better laws in India, which is not the case with Lok Sabha, which is not the case with any other house. That's the relevance of Rajya Sabha. And Rajya Sabha has a particularly important role when it comes to coalition governments and when it comes to the rise of regional political parties. Regional political parties, for example, we have the BJP, which is a dominant political party which is governing India since 2014. It's a dominant political player in Lok Sabha. It has the absolute majority in Lok Sabha. But when it comes to the passage of bills, if a bill is to be passed, bill has to be passed by both Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha. Now in Rajya Sabha, there we see the increase in the composition of regional political parties. So we see Biju Janata Dal from Odisha, Trinamool Congress from West Bengal. We see AIADMK or DMK from Tamil Nadu. We see YSR Congress or Bharatiya Rashtriya Samiti, which was previously TRS. We see the rise of the regional political parties. And since members of the parliament in Rajya Sabha are elected by the members of the legislative assemblies, so this is where the regional political parties, they are able to send more and more of their representatives to Rajya Sabha. So now if the government has to pass a bill in Rajya Sabha as well, where the government may not be in the majority, if it's a coalition government particularly, the government will have the majority in Lok Sabha but not in Rajya Sabha. So there what happens, this ruling party at the center, it then engages in resolutions, talks, discussions with the regional political parties, and this is where bargaining happens. The regional political parties tell the ruling party at the center, we will support you on this bill, but what will you give to our state? We need a different All India Institute of Medical Sciences in our state. We need an IIT. We need an IIM. We need a skill development institute. We need more and more grants for weaker sections of the society. If you can provide us with what we need, we will support you with your piece of legislation in Rajya Sabha. This is where the center bargains with the regional political parties, and ultimately it strengthens federalism. And that is what, my dear, is the relevance of Rajya Sabha. To recap, Rajya Sabha, what is the composition? Some members are elected by the state legislative assemblies. Some members are nominated by the president. Clear? How is the election taking place? The members of the legislative assembly, they will vote to elect Rajya Sabha MPs through a system of proportional representation system by means of single transferable vote, but through open ballot. Clear? But then people say, what is the relevance of Rajya Sabha? When it comes to a money bill, Rajya Sabha has an inferior role, which means Rajya Sabha is irrelevant. When it comes to a deadlock on a particular bill, the president can convene a joint sitting of the two houses. And since numerically Lok Sabha is superior, it means that the will of the Lok Sabha prevails in this joint sitting. Then what is the significance of Rajya Sabha? And then there are others who say Rajya Sabha is still relevant. Why? Because all other important bills, particularly a constitutional amendment bill, should be passed by both houses of the parliament separately. That's the relevance of Rajya Sabha. When it comes to a joint sitting of the two houses, where the will of the Lok Sabha prevails because of its numerical strength, but even then, only 3 times in the past have we resorted to a joint sitting of the two houses, which means Rajya Sabha is still relevant. Rajya Sabha is relevant because it gives opportunity to talented individuals to enter the lawmaking body, to enter parliament through nominated category. And Rajya Sabha is relevant because it helps in bargaining between the center, between the ruling party at the center and the regional political parties. Because Rajya Sabha represents states. That is why we say Rajya Sabha represents and is the federal chamber of Indian Parliament because it represents states. It represents the interest of the states, where state legislative assembly members, they elect their representatives to Rajya Sabha. And in Rajya Sabha, where we have seen the emergence of regional political parties, their representatives are now in large numbers in Rajya Sabha. So if the government wants a particular bill to pass, it needs the support of the Rajya Sabha if it does not have the majority on its own. And in the Rajya Sabha, we have these regional political parties, which means the ruling party at the center will now engage in discussions with these regional political parties, and thereby the bargaining takes place. And everything which strengthens states strengthens federalism. So when these regional political parties, they bargain with the center, they ask for some returns in return to the support that they want to achieve on a particular bill. The government is asking them, support this bill. The regional political parties are saying, we will support, but what will you give to our states? An AIMS, an IIT, an IIM, a skill development institute, some other program and policy. This is where the center and the states bargain, and it strengthens federalism. That is the relevance of Rajya Sabha. Clear? Okay. Now let's look at Lok Sabha. And in Lok Sabha, we used to have 553, 552 as the maximum strength of Lok Sabha. Out of 552, we used to have 2 nominated members. Who are these nominated members? Nominated by the president. From which category? Anglo-Indians. Who are these Anglo-Indians? Basically of British origin, Anglo-British. For example, you would have looked at Anglo-Maratha wars. What are these Anglo-Maratha wars? Wars between the British and the Marathas. So these were the people of British origin. They stayed in India, and once India gained independence, these people did not migrate away from India. They did not go back to Britain. They stayed in Britain. They stayed in India. So the constitution said we should also provide some form of representation to them in Lok Sabha. If they are not adequately represented in Lok Sabha, listen to me carefully. When it comes to Rajya Sabha, there are 12 nominated members to Rajya Sabha nominated by the president. It is binding on the president to nominate these 12 MPs. It is necessary, binding on the president to nominate 12 MPs to Rajya Sabha from fields such as art, literature, science, social service. But was it binding on the president to nominate 2 Anglo-Indians to Lok Sabha? No. Why? Because the constitution said 2 Anglo-Indians can be nominated by the president if the president is satisfied that Anglo-Indian community is not sufficiently adequately represented in Lok Sabha. Which means if they have a significant portion of the population, but corresponding to that population, their representation in Lok Sabha is very less. So what the president could have done, president could have nominated 2 Anglo-Indians to Lok Sabha. The same kind of reservation was there for SCs and STs. And this political reservation, which means reservation for SCs and STs in Lok Sabha, reservation for SCs and STs in legislative assemblies, and reservation for Anglo-Indians in Lok Sabha and legislative assemblies, this political reservation was valid for an initial period of 10 years. That means this was not something which was meant to continue forever and ever. It was meant to continue for 10 years. But every time when the 10-year period was about to expire, the government would introduce a constitutional amendment bill in the parliament and provide for extension to this reservation. And it continued. and it would have ended in 2020. Then what happened? Another constitutional amendment bill was passed by the parliament known as 104th Constitutional Amendment Act. According to this 104th Constitutional Amendment Act, reservation for SCs and STs continued. Basically, this reservation was extended, but this reservation for Anglo-Indians was not extended. When it was not extended, that means now there can be no reservation for Anglo-Indians in Lok Sabha, no representation for or no reservation for Anglo-Indians when it comes to Legislative Assembly. Why? Because the government said that the population of Anglo-Indians is very less, and that is why there is no need to provide reservation to Anglo-Indians to Lok Sabha or Legislative Assemblies. So Constitution said 552 is going to be the maximum strength of Lok Sabha, out of which 2 MPs are to be nominated by the President on the advice of the Prime Minister to the Lok Sabha. And who are these 2 nominated MPs? From Anglo-Indian community. But 104th Constitutional Amendment Act, although on one hand, it extended the reservation for SCs and STs in Lok Sabha and legislative assemblies, but it did not extend the reservation for Anglo-Indians in Lok Sabha and legislative assemblies. And that is why now we do not have a reservation for Anglo-Indians in Lok Sabha or legislative assemblies. Clear? Remaining, we have 550. And out of these 550, we have representation from the states and we have representation from the union territories. And Constitution has empowered the Parliament that you can regulate the representation of union territories. That means it is not necessary to provide more and more representation to union territories, which means right now there are 543 MPs in Lok Sabha. All union territories are represented in Lok Sabha. All union territories are represented in Lok Sabha. We have Delhi, which has 7 MPs in Lok Sabha. We have Jammu and Kashmir, the second highest, 5. Daman and Diu and Dadra and Nagar Haveli, it has 2. Then all other UTs, they have 1 MP each. That means in total, how many union territories do we have? We have 8. Out of them, 3 union territories, they have 7, 5 and 2 representatives, which means total 14. And 5 other union territories, they have 1 representative each, which means total from union territories, we have 19 MPs in Lok Sabha. And 19 MPs in Lok Sabha, the remaining are with the states. $524 represents the states and 19 from the union territories. If we look at Lok Sabha, how does the election take place? The entire constituency, the entire country is divided into territorial boundaries known as constituencies. How many constituencies do we have in Lok Sabha? 543. That means every 5 years, there is an election known as the general election. And in this general election, we follow first past the post system. Unlike the proportional representation system that we follow for Rajya Sabha, we follow for president. In Lok Sabha, in legislative assemblies, the entire country is divided into territorial boundaries known as constituencies. So right now from Lok Sabha, we have 543 MPs, which means 543 constituencies, which means for every constituency, there should be one representative in Lok Sabha. Every 5 years, there is election known as the general election. And in this general election, we follow the first past the post system, which means whoever gets the highest number of votes, not the majority, whoever gets the highest number of votes, that person is your representative from your constituency. Clear? What are the qualifications required for someone in order to become the member of the Lok Sabha? First, you should be the citizen of India. Second, you must have completed 25 years of age. C, you should be a registered voter. In any parliamentary constituency, which means, for example, Mr. Modi is the voter from Gujarat, but he represents Varanasi in the parliament. That means it doesn't matter where you are the voter. You should be a registered voter in any parliamentary constituency of this country, which makes you eligible, qualified to contest Lok Sabha elections. Mr. Rahul Gandhi represents Wayanad, which is in Kerala, in Lok Sabha, but he is a registered voter in Delhi, which means any citizen of India who has completed 25 years of age and is a registered voter in any parliamentary constituency of this country, you are qualified to contest Lok Sabha election. And if you get the highest number of votes in first past the post system, you will become the representative. Also, you should not be holding any office of profit. And we have discussed in the office of the president that this topic, office of profit, we will discuss in legislature, and we will discuss it now, but after some time. Because now we will look at what are the disqualifications as well. Disqualification in the sense, we are discussing parliament. And what is parliament? Union legislature. What is union legislature? A body of people who is responsible for making laws for the entire country. Clear? Now this parliament consists of president, Rajya Sabha and Lok Sabha. President we have discussed, Rajya Sabha we have discussed, now we are discussing Lok Sabha. Clear? And I've told you that once we will cover them, we will look at them together and we will understand all the processes that we are following in the parliament. Clear? So in Rajya Sabha, what is the maximum composition? How the members are elected? What is the relevance of Rajya Sabha? What is the special role of Rajya Sabha? We have discussed. In Lok Sabha, we say that the maximum strength is 552, but the current strength is 543. Out of 543, 524 are elected by the states, and the remaining 19 are elected by the union territories. Clear? There used to be 2 nominated MPs from Anglo-Indian community nominated by the president to Lok Sabha, but because of 104th Constitutional Amendment Act, that Anglo-Indian reservation was disallowed, discontinued. Clear? Now, who is qualified to become a Rajya Sabha MP? Who is qualified to become a Lok Sabha MP? If you are a citizen of India, you are qualified. You have completed 25 years of age for Lok Sabha. You have completed 30 years of age for Rajya Sabha. And if you are a registered voter in any parliamentary constituency of this country, you are eligible to become a member of Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. Clear? But at the same time, you should not be holding an office of profit. Done? But what is this office of profit? We'll discuss after some time. But additionally, even if you are qualified and then you are elected, then you should not be subject to disqualification as well. Disqualification in the sense, we have appointed a teacher. That teacher, was he qualified to be appointed as a teacher? Yes, on paper his resume looked solid. But once that individual started teaching, we realized that he is not able to make students understand. He is teaching something which is incorrect. He is not regular to the classroom. We assigned him a class for 10 days. He took the class for 2 days, but then remaining 8 days, he disappeared. Then what do we do with this individual? We will disqualify him. That means although you are qualified, although you were elected, but then you are not performing your duties to the best of your ability or because of something, you can also be disqualified after your election. On what grounds can the member of the parliament, whether Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, whether legislative assembly or legislative council, on what grounds can they be disqualified? Number one, change in the nature of citizenship. What does that mean? In order to contest elections, you should be the citizen of India. Right now, I am the citizen of India. I contested the election. I became a member of a legislature. Whether this is Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha, Legislative Assembly or Legislative Council, doesn't matter. Disqualifications are common for all these four houses. I am the citizen of India. I contested the election. I won the election. Now I am, for example, the MP from Lok Sabha. After my election, I gave up my citizenship. I renounced my citizenship, or my citizenship was terminated, or my citizenship was deprived from me. Will I still continue as the member of the parliament? No, I will be disqualified. That means whenever there is a change in the nature of the citizenship, if before the election you were the citizen, after the election you were the citizen, but after a while you gave up your citizenship, there was a change in your citizenship status, you will be disqualified from being the member of the house, because only a citizen can continue as the member of the parliament. That's ground number one. Ground number two, mental unsoundness. When I contested the election, I was in the sound mind. After I was elected, over a period of time, my mental faculty changed. I became insane. Now, you may have all the sympathies with me, but you cannot entrust me with the responsibility of making laws, because I cannot do that job, because my mental framework has changed, my mental capability has changed, my mental faculty has changed. I've become insane. By that logic, all the members should be disqualified. But be that as it may, if there is a member of the parliament who is now of unsound mind, mentally unsound, that person shall be disqualified from being a member of the parliament. Third, adjudged insolvent. There is a member of the parliament, but now he has been declared as bankrupt. He has been declared bankrupt. That means now he does not have any property, any resources. The only property that he has would be the salary that he would get as the member of the parliament. Apart from that, he is bankrupt. Which means if he is bankrupt or if she is bankrupt, maybe then there is conflict of interest. For asking questions of the parliament, this person will take bribe. For voting on a particular bill in one or the other way, he or she will take bribe. So there is a conflict of interest. To resolve that conflict of interest, if a member of the parliament is declared, is adjudged insolvent, that means bankrupt, you'll be disqualified. You will also be disqualified if you are holding an office of profit. Now listen to me carefully. I am today a candidate contesting the election. Candidate, I'm not the member of the parliament. I'm contesting the election. I cannot contest the election if I'm holding an office of profit. Now let's assume I'm not holding an office of profit. I contested the election. I won the election. Now after I won the election, now I'm holding an office of profit. If now I'm holding an office of profit, I will be disqualified under the provisions of the Constitution. And all these disqualifications, who will disqualify? President or the governor? President in case of parliament, governor in case of the state legislature. That means a member of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, which is parliament, can be disqualified. By whom? By the president. On what grounds? If there is a change in the nature of citizenship, if you are declared insolvent, if you are declared mentally unsound, if you are holding an office of profit, you will be disqualified by the president. And same set of disqualifications exist for a member of the state legislature, and now the governor will have the power to disqualify you. But president and the governor cannot act on their own. It's not that president will have the complete power to disqualify you. President has the power to refer this matter to Election Commission of India, and the report of the ECI shall be binding. What does that mean? That means if there is an allegation against a member, for example, if there is an allegation against Mr. Rahul Gandhi, which is leveled almost every day by Dr. Subramaniam Swamy, that Rahul Gandhi is not the citizen of India. When he's not the citizen of India, how can he continue as the member of the parliament? If at all there is some such complaint, all Mr. Subramaniam Swamy has to do, ask the president of India to disqualify Rahul Gandhi. Why? Because there is a change in the nature of the citizenship. Now the president can then disqualify Mr. Gandhi, but not on his own. He has to refer this matter to the Election Commission of India. Ask the Election Commission of India, what is your advice? Election Commission of India will investigate this matter, whether indeed Rahul Gandhi's citizenship is Indian or Italian or some other citizenship. And whatever report is given by Election Commission of India, that is binding on the president. That means on all these grounds, president has the power to disqualify you, governor has the power to disqualify you if you are the member of the state legislature, but they cannot act on their own. They have to refer this matter to the Election Commission of India, and the report of the ECI shall be binding on them. At the same time, Constitution also said additional disqualification can be prescribed by Parliament through law. That means these are not the only grounds on the basis of which the member of the Parliament or member of the state legislature can be disqualified. Then additional disqualification grounds can be prescribed. By whom? By Parliament. How? By passing a law. And Parliament has passed a law. There are two laws. One is the Anti-Defection Law passed in the year 1985, and then there is Representation of the People Act 1951. So a member of the Parliament can be disqualified under Anti-Defection Law. A member of the Parliament can be disqualified on the basis of the Representation of the People Act as well. This we will discuss in elections. This we will discuss in schedules. But here, what you have to keep in mind, that a member of the Parliament, what are the qualifications? Citizen of India, 25 years for Lok Sabha, 30 years for Rajya Sabha. You should be a registered voter in any parliamentary constituency of this country. And at the same time, you should not be holding an office of profit. But once you are elected, you should not come under disqualification as well. That means after your election, once you have been elected, you can still be disqualified by the president or the governor. On what grounds? On these grounds. But additional grounds for disqualification. Apart from these four, more grounds can be prescribed by the Parliament by passing a law through which additional grounds of disqualification can be prescribed. And for that, Parliament has passed a law, Anti-Defection Law and Representation of the People Act 1951. And we will discuss these two laws separately. Clear? Now the point is, what is this office of profit? Very interesting topic, but can be technical as well. If you ask the judge of the Supreme Court, sir, please explain. Your Honor, please explain what is office of profit. Maybe he would not be able to explain. You ask Mr. Amit Shah, what is office of profit? He will give you a jumla. He will not be able to explain. Why? Because this term, office of profit, is not defined in the Constitution. When something is not defined in the constitution, then what do? We go to the courts. And now the courts have, in one way, provided some level of clarity on what is an office of profit. But what is an office of profit? We need to first understand the origin. What is the origin of this office? Is there separation of powers between executive and judiciary in India or executive and judiciary in Britain? Yes. Because the Constitution of India says there shall be separation of powers between executive and judiciary. Those who are part of the executive cannot be part of judiciary. Those who are part of judiciary cannot be part of the executive. Is that clear? 100%. But is there separation of powers between executive and the legislature? No. Why? Because executive is drawn from the legislature. That's what we call the parliamentary democracy, where we get our ministers, prime minister from the legislature. President is part of the executive, is part of the legislature as well. That means all the members of the executive, they are part of the legislature as well. But if there is one way to ensure separation of powers between executive and legislature, that small way through which we can ensure separation of powers between the executive and the legislature, that is office of profit. And what is this office of profit? For that, let me take you to Britain. Queen, she was all powerful. King or queen, she was all powerful. She had the complete authority. Over a period of time, because now the queen is executive, queen is making laws as well, she is the law as well. Everything is within her control, within her power, because there was no democracy in Britain. There was monarchy, absolute monarchy. The king and the queen would be the judge, jury, and the executioner. But then there were demands for democracy in Britain. And when democracy was established, then we created legislature. For example, the House of Representatives. Now, people of Britain are directly electing their representatives. These representatives, they then appoint the prime minister. So now queen, prime minister, ministers, they are part of the executive. And now the legislature is separate. Legislature is separate, executive is separate, although members of the executive are drawn from the legislature. But Queen, what she did, she realized that previously I was all powerful. I had the absolute control over the people of Britain. But now I have been converted into a nominal head, into a titular head. I only have a title. I can only wear a crown on which there is Kohinoor diamond. But the real power is with the prime minister. The real power is with the ministers. The real power is with the members who are elected to the parliament. They make the laws. And she feared that maybe there will come a time where the members of the legislature will come together and they will pass a law, and through this law they will abolish the institution of king as well, abolish the institution of monarchy. So what she did, Queen started creating offices, and to these offices MPs were appointed. What is the principal role of a legislator? If I am a member of the parliament, what is my principal role? Listen to me carefully, because this is where people have misconception about the role that is to be played by parliamentarians. What is the job of an MP? Let's say there is an MP from Wayanad constituency, Mr. Rahul Gandhi. Is Rahul Gandhi's job, responsibility to provide governance in Wayanad? No. Is job of Mr. Rahul Gandhi to look into the daily problems of the people of Wayanad? No. Then what is the job of Rahul Gandhi? The job of Rahul Gandhi is to hold executive accountable, is to hold Prime Minister Modi accountable, is to hold the members of the executive accountable, and at the same time participate in making laws for the entire country. Making laws for the entire country, that's the job of the members of the parliament. Making laws for the entire state, that's the job of the member of the legislative assembly. So far as day-to-day problems are concerned, that is primarily the job of the Panchayati Raj institution and municipalities. So day-to-day problems related to environment, related to pollution, related to roads, related to education, that is basically the job of the urban local bodies in cities and the Panchayati Raj institutions in municipalities. But the basic job of a legislator is to hold executive accountable, because the members of the executive, they're accountable to the parliament. They're accountable to those who have been elected by the people. Now look at the peculiar scenario. Through this, there is a clash between the duty and the interest of this legislator. What is happening? The Queen is establishing offices. And when she is establishing offices, to these offices, who is she appointing? The members of the legislature. That means legislators are appointed to an office which is created by the executive, the Queen. Then what will this legislator do? Will he or she hold the executive accountable? No. That's his job, to hold me accountable, but he will not. Why? Because he has an interest. If he starts questioning me, I will remove him from this office. I will appoint another legislator to this office. Which means through this, there is a clash between the interest and the duty of a legislator. But soon the Parliament of Britain realized this, that it weakens the accountability of executive to the legislature. The British Parliament passed a law known as Office of Profit. And it said, any legislator, if he or she is holding an office under the executive, you will be disqualified from being the member of the parliament. Which means although you are elected to the parliament, but after your election, you can be disqualified. On what grounds? Change in the nature of citizenship, adjudged insolvent, mental unsoundness. And if after you are elected, you are appointed to an office which is established by the executive, if the legislator is appointed to this office, this is an office of profit because you profit from it. And because of this, you will not hold the executive accountable, because now there is a clash between the interest of a legislator, which is to hold the duty of the legislator, which is to hold me accountable, but the interest of the legislator in keeping hold of that job, hold of that office. And that is why the British Parliament said, whoever is holding an office of profit under the executive, any legislator, if you're holding an office of profit under the executive, you will be disqualified. Same happened in India as well. Why? Because we follow British parliamentary system. And in British parliamentary system, if they have an office of profit, we also have an office of profit. In a sense, to prevent the clash between the duty and the interest of a legislator, the Constitution of India says a person shall be disqualified for being chosen as member of parliament. That means first, if you are holding an office of profit under the executive, you cannot contest elections. That means you are not qualified to contest elections if you are holding an office of profit. And even if you are not holding an office of profit, but you contested the election, you won the election, after the election, if you are holding an office of profit, you will be disqualified. But then India also realized that if we use this logic that a legislator cannot hold an office of profit under the executive, this we cannot strictly implement. Why? Because Prime Minister, he is a executive, he is part of the executive, but he is also a legislator. So can Mr. Modi be disqualified from being the member of the Lok Sabha because he is part of the executive? He is holding the office of the Prime Minister, which is the office of profit under the executive, under the Queen, under the King, under the President. Can the legislator, who is also a minister, can Mr. Dr. Jaishankar, can Ms. Smriti Irani, can Mr. Amit Shah, can Mr. Rajnath Singh be disqualified from being the member of the Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha because they are also holding an office of profit, which is the ministry office under the executive, which is the President of India. That is why Parliament of India passed a law and declared that there are certain offices which through law are exempted. That means even if you are holding this office, you will not be disqualified, because Parliament has exempted this office. Parliament has exempted the holder of this office from being disqualified. To make it even clear, there is something called an office of profit. What is an office of profit? In simple terms, if there is a legislator and there is executive, executive has created some offices. If a legislator is appointed to this office, this legislator will be disqualified for holding an office of profit. But if there is an individual who is appointed to an office created by the executive, that means this individual is holding an office of profit, he cannot contest election. But then the Parliament realized that there are certain offices which we have to exempt. Exempt in the sense, even if a legislator is holding that office, you should not be disqualified. What is this office? Prime Minister's office, Minister's office, so on and so forth. That means a legislator, if he is appointed to the office of the Prime Minister, if a legislator is appointed as a minister, although this is an office under the executive, but you will not be disqualified for being holding office of profit. Why? Because Parliament has passed a law not to disqualify you. That means Parliament has created an exemption list. And for that, the law is Members of the Parliament Prevention from Disqualification Act 1959. And it is this law which is known as the Office of Profit. What does that mean? Constitution says a person shall be disqualified from being chosen as a legislator and for being a member of the either house of the Parliament if he holds an office of profit under the government of India or the government of any state, except other than an office which is declared by the Parliament by law not to disqualify its holder. But then something happened. What happened? Miss Jaya Bachchan, she was the member of the Parliament from Rajya Sabha. That means Jaya Bachchan was the legislator. And she was appointed as the chairperson of the UP Film Development Corporation. Clear? So a legislator was appointed to an office created by the executive. Now the executive can be central executive, union executive, or executive can be state as well. That means government of India or government of a state. And now Jaya Bachchan, she is a member of the Parliament from Rajya Sabha. She was appointed as the chairperson of the UP Film Development Corporation. A complaint was filed. President, please disqualify Jaya Bachchan. I said, why? Because she is holding an office of profit. What office of profit? As a legislator, she is holding an office of profit under the executive, under the state government. She is the chairperson of UP Film Development Corporation. President Kalam said, but I cannot take this decision. I will refer this matter to the Election Commission of India. Election Commission of India, please give us your report. Election Commission said, yes, Jaya Bachchan is holding an office of profit. Jaya Bachchan should be disqualified. This report was given to the president. President said, the report of the Election Commission of India is binding on me. Jaya Bachchan, you are disqualified. Jaya Bachchan said, but how am I holding an office of profit? I said, why? I am holding an office, but you cannot disqualify me because I am not drawing any salary from this office. Election Commission said, if this office you're holding, only one thing would have saved you. So what is that thing? If this office was mentioned in the exemption list, because a legislator can be disqualified from being the member of the parliament, can be disqualified from the parliament if you are holding an office of profit, other than that office which has been exempted by the parliament. So just like parliament has exempted the prime minister, parliament has exempted the ministers, if the parliament exempts this office of the chairperson of the UP Film Development Corporation, that means even if you are a legislator, even if you are holding an office of profit, you will not be disqualified. But since this office is not there in the exemption list, you are disqualified. Jaya Bachchan then approached the Supreme Court. Why? Because, my lord, I have been wrongly disqualified for holding an office of profit. I should not have been disqualified. The court said, let's listen this case and I will tell you what is the need to have the office of profit. The need is to secure independence of the members of the parliament, so that independently the member of the parliament will be able to discharge his or her duties without expecting any favor or benefit from the executive. Because if you expect and if you accept benefit and favors from the executive, then you have an obligation to respond back to him, to respond back to the executive, which you will respond without holding them accountable. Which basically means there is a clash between your interest to keep that office and your duty to hold the executive accountable. That's the need to secure independence of the legislator. Because the job of the legislator is to hold executive accountable. And Madam Bachchan, to see whether you're holding an office of profit, we have to prove four things. First, we have to prove that you are holding an office. Then we have to prove that it was an office of profit. Then we have to prove that it was an office of profit under the government of India or government of a state. Even if it is, then we have to see whether this office has been exempted by the parliament. If it has not been exempted, you will be disqualified. So these four things we have to prove, and then we will disqualify you. Jaya Bachchan said, but for the sake of the civil services aspirants, this is 2006. They would be studying this in 2023. Can you please elaborate? What are you saying? The Supreme Court said, first we have to prove that you are holding an office. Jaya Bachchan asked, what is that office? Supreme Court said, office is an office if it has an independent existence. What is this independent existence? Supreme Court said, if you are holding an office which has an independent existence, which means we are proving point number one, that you are holding an office. But what is this office which has an independent existence? Jaya Bachchan, come here. Yes, sir. You are holding and you were holding the post of the chairperson of the UP Film Development Corporation. Yes, sir. What will happen to this office after your death? Sir, why are you after my death? I'm just hypothetically, what will happen to this office after your death? Will this office survive? Yes, sir, it will survive. That means the survival of this office is not dependent upon the occupier of this office. You are occupying this office. After your death, office still survives. After your resignation, office still survives. After you're removed, office still survives. Someone else will be appointed to this office. That means this office has an independent existence. This office's existence is independent of who is holding that office. Which means, Jaya Bachchan, if you're holding the office of the chairperson of UP Film Development Corporation, that doesn't mean after your death, this office will also die. After your removal, this office will collapse. after you are disqualified, this office will cease to exist. It doesn't happen. Someone else will occupy this post. That means this is an office. So that I understood. This is common sense. But then what is an office which does not have an independent existence? Mr. Tejasvi Surya. He is the legislator, member of the parliament representing Bangalore South constituency. Recently, an office was inaugurated by Mr. Amit Shah. This was the office of Tejasvi Surya. In this office, what Mr. Surya does, he asks the members of his constituency to come, meet him, and we will resolve your grievances, we will resolve your problems. And to this office, maybe some money is provided by the executive as well. Maybe some money is provided by the government as well. But is this an office? No. Why? Because this office does not have an independent existence of its own. That means after Tejasvi Surya dies, this office dies. After he is removed, this office is gone. After Tejasvi Surya's term is over, this office also collapses. That means this office does not have an independent existence. This office depends upon who is occupying this office. The existence of this office depends upon who is occupying this office. That means this office does not have an independent existence. So, Madam Jaya Bachchan, first thing that we have to prove is that you should be holding an office. And what is that office? An office is an office if it has an independent existence. Said, okay, now it is proven I was holding an office. Said, very good. Now we have to prove that you're holding an office of profit. But I'm not holding an office of profit. Why? I don't profit from this office. How? I don't draw any salary. Okay. I don't even live in the government accommodation. I live with Mr. Amitabh Bachchan on Juhu Beach. I don't even take the chauffeur-driven car of the government of Uttar Pradesh. I have my own car because they can't afford the car I am traveling in. Okay. The Supreme Court said, office of profit. This term profit, it should not be viewed only from the monetary compensation view. We have to look at office in terms of pecuniary gain. Jaya Bachchan asked, sir, for civil services aspirants, not for me, for them, please explain what is this pecuniary gain. I said, okay, there are two implications. You are not drawing salary of the chairperson of the UP Film Development Corporation. Yes, sir, I'm not drawing any salary. But is there the salary fixed for this office? Yes, sir. You're not drawing salary, that's okay, but there is a salary. If not you, if someone else is the chairperson, he or she will get the salary? Yes. That means after 4 years, 5 years, you can claim the salary. Right now, you are not given the salary. You don't claim the salary. But after 4 years, after 5 years, you can claim the salary. That is pecuniary gain. Since there is salary attached to this office, whether you are taking that salary or not, doesn't matter. This is an office of profit. An office of profit is not only in terms of money, it is in terms of pecuniary gain. Sir, what is pecuniary gain? The government exercising influence over you, which means you are appointed by the UP government. Yes, sir. Can you criticize the UP government? If you criticize the UP government, you will be removed from this office, right or wrong? Yes, sir. Which means indirectly, the executive is exercising control, influence over the legislator, which means you have a task of holding the executive accountable. But you're not doing that. You will not do that because your duty will clash with the interest to keep that office. So forget about money. We are not interested in looking at office of profit, and profit does not mean money only. If there is money, it definitely is an office of profit. But even if you're not drawing the salary, even if you're not drawing the money, if there is a pecuniary gain, in the sense after 5 years you can claim that money, even if there is pecuniary gain, in the sense that the government is exercising influence over you, is not allowing you to criticize the government, this is an office of profit. And then the third thing we have to discuss, we have to then find a conclusion to, is this office created by the government of India or government of a state? For example, we have industrialists as the members of the parliament as well. We used to have Dr. Vijay Mallya as the member of the Rajya Sabha. Is and was Dr. Vijay Mallya holding an office? Yes. Which office? Chairman of the UB Group, United Breweries Group. Clear? So was that an office? Yes, because after Vijay Mallya, someone else will occupy that office because that office has an independent existence. Is that an office of profit? Indeed it is, because it draws salary, compensation. It is an office of profit. Third, is this an office created by the government of India? No. Is this an office created by the government of a state? No. That means you will not be disqualified. That means private offices you can hold, private businesses you can own, because of which you will not be disqualified. But if you're holding an office of profit under the government of India or government of the state, you will be disqualified. And the only thing which can save you, if you are holding an office of profit, but this office has been exempted by parliament, by law, then you will not be disqualified. Sir, can you give one more example of that? 1991, or even before that, 1984, when Shrimati Gandhi was assassinated, then a statement was given by Dr. Pranab Mukherjee, Mr. Pranab Mukherjee. What was the statement? He was asked who will become the next prime minister. He said the senior most minister will become the prime minister. He was referring to himself. But then Congress party did not agree and appointed the junior most member as the prime minister, Shri Rajiv Gandhi. And Pranab Mukherjee left the Congress party, then he joined the Congress party back. Same situation arose in 1991 when Congress emerged as the single largest party. Now Pranab Mukherjee thought, now my time has come. Indira Gandhi is not there, Rajiv Gandhi is not there, now I will become the prime minister. And he was all set to become the prime minister, but the Congress party elected Narasimha Rao as the prime minister. Now Narasimha Rao thought, I cannot make Pranab Mukherjee as a minister because he is senior to me. He will not report to me. Plus, even if he is made a minister, but then he will not listen to me because his ego will come. But I cannot remove him as well. I have to give him some good position as well. Otherwise, he will leave. So, Pranab Mukherjee, yes, Narasimha Rao, I will make you the deputy chairperson of the planning commission. Are you okay? I said, what do you think? Am I a fool? I said, why? Why? What happened? No, you think I'm a fool? I said, why? What happened? Tell me, please. I am a legislator. Yes, sir. As a legislator, if I hold an office of profit under the government, I will be disqualified. So the moment you will appoint me as the deputy chairperson of the planning commission, which is an office of profit under the government of India, I will be disqualified. That's what you want to do? You want to basically disqualify me? I said, no, my dear, don't worry. Why? I will amend the law. Members of Parliament Prevention from Disqualification Act 1959, we will amend this. Then what will you do? We will say that this deputy chairperson of planning commission, this office we will keep under the exemption list. If this office is under the exemption list, that means even if it is an office of profit, but the law says the holder of this office should not be disqualified, which means the holder of this office can be a legislator as well. Pranab Mukherjee said, okay, once you do that, let me know. I will become the deputy chairperson of the planning commission. That means you can hold as a legislator an office of profit under the government and yet not be disqualified if you have been exempted by a parliamentary law. And after this Jaya Bachchan judgment was given, the Supreme Court said, yes, Election Commission was right in recommending your disqualification on the grounds of office of profit. But then there was hue and cry in the parliament. If Jaya Bachchan should be disqualified, why not Sonia Gandhi? I said, why Sonia Gandhi? She is the member of the parliament from Raebareli constituency in Lok Sabha. But at the same time, she is holding the office of the chairperson of National Advisory Council. This is an office of profit. So National Advisory Council is an office of profit under the government of India. So Sonia Gandhi, you should also be disqualified. Sonia Gandhi realized, she's intelligent. She realized that things are bad. She resigned as the member of the Lok Sabha from Raebareli constituency. She resigned. But it was a clever resignation. Why? because I will resign. When I will go back to the people, contest the election again, till that time, my people in the parliament would have changed the law and placed this NAC in the exemption list. LK Advani, he was the leader of the opposition. He was asked, why don't you raise your voice against this office of profit? Because the Jaya Bachchan judgment is now clear. LK Advani said, I will also be then disqualified. I am also holding an office. I said, really? Yes. Speaker Somnath Chatterjee, why don't you speak? Why don't you allow discussion? There should be a discussion on this. We should remove these, disqualify these MPs who are holding the office of profit. He said, I will also be disqualified. Why? I am holding the position of the chairman of the Shanti Niketan board, which is an office of profit then according to Supreme Court judgment. I will also be disqualified. So then it came to fore that there are close to 40 MPs of the Lok Sabha who should also be disqualified for holding office of profit. But then we had to say one individual, Shrimati Sonia Gandhi. Parliament enacted a law, passed a bill. And that bill was basically Members of the Parliament Prevention from Disqualification Bill 2006. So basically this Disqualification Act of 1958, 1959 was to be amended. And for that, an Office of Profit Bill was passed by the Parliament in 2006. When both houses of the Parliament passed this bill, and basically what this bill did, it exempted NAC, National Advisory Council, from being the Office of Profit. Which means once this bill is passed, till that time, Madam Sonia Gandhi will be elected to Lok Sabha again from Raebareli constituency. Then she can occupy the post of the chairperson of the National Advisory Council, because even if you are holding this office, you will not be disqualified because this office has been placed under the exemption list. This bill was sent to the president. APJ Abdul Kalam was the president. He looked at this bill and he sent the bill back. The very next day, after this bill was sent back, Indian Express came up with a front page report saying this is UPA government's oops moment. So bill, Office of Profit, sent to the president. President sent the bill back. Oops. But then once the same bill was sent back by the parliament to the president had no other option but to sign this bill. After 13 days, because in those 13 days, there was a lot of hue and cry, conspiracy theories, rumors that Mr. APJ Abdul Kalam may resign as the president because you are embarrassing him to sign a bill which is patently illogical. There is no logic behind exempting some officers from the Office of Profit. But then after 13 days, he signed this bill. The bill became a law. Sonia Gandhi was elected. She entered Lok Sabha, occupied the post of the chairperson of the National Advisory Council, and continued as the legislator as well as holding an office of profit. And who are these other offices? For example, minister's office, legislator can hold and you will not be disqualified. Leader of opposition. Leader of opposition is given a cabinet minister rank. So although this leader of opposition is an office created by the executive, but you will not be disqualified. Deputy chairman of planning commission, office of the chairperson of National Commission for Minorities, SCs, STs, women. That means a legislator can be appointed as the chairperson of the National Commission for Women, yet she will not be disqualified. Why? Because the office is placed under the exemption list. But something unique happened recently, 5 months ago. What happened? Shri Hemant Soren, the current chief minister of Jharkhand, previously he was also the minister for mining. And as the minister for mining, he awarded a mining contract to his own firm. When he awarded a mining contract to his own firm, it basically means violation of Office of Profit. Because as the legislator, you cannot be holding an office under the executive. Now listen to me carefully. What is the implication? This mining firm, this is what most people don't understand today, but I will make it clear to you. Mining firm, it's a private firm, right? That means this is an office of profit, but not under the government, not under the government of the state, not under the government of India. This is a private office. If a legislator is holding this office, you should not be disqualified. Clear? Why? Because this is an office of profit, but not under the government. Clear? 100%. But now here is the government. Here is the executive. And Mr. Hemant Soren is also the mining minister. Now, Hemant Soren's government awards a government mining contract to this firm. Clear? That means this mining firm is a private firm but appointed a government contract, which basically means if there is a legislator who is head of this mining firm, he cannot criticize the executive because you have been given the contract by the government. So your duty and your interest will clash, although you are same individual. Chief Minister is awarding a contract to a firm headed by the Chief Minister. It basically is a clear-cut violation of office of profit. Matter went to the governor. Governor was Mr. Ramesh Bais. Ramesh Bais, please disqualify Hemant Soren as the Chief Minister, as the legislator. He is holding an office of profit. Although he is holding an office of a private mining firm, but since that mining firm was awarded a government contract, it becomes an office of profit under the government. Because the government can award this contract to you. Government can revoke this contract as well. So now this office becomes an office of profit. Mr. Ramesh Bais said, but I cannot do that. I have to refer this matter to Election Commission of India. Election Commission of India, please suggest. Election Commission of India conducted an inquiry, submitted a report. According to newspapers, the report mentioned that Hemant Soren should be disqualified. And the constitution says the president or the governor shall act on that report. This term shall makes it binding on the governor to accept that report. But he is neither acting on that report, he is not disqualifying, he is not taking any action on that report. And now Mr. Ramesh Bais has been transferred as the governor of Maharashtra. At least two previous chief election commissioners have said that Mr. Ramesh Bais has done something unprecedented which has never happened in the history of independent India. He has not acted on the report of the Election Commission of India. And now the new governor will have to see this report and now act on that report. Let's see what will happen based on that report. But this is what office of profit is. So what is an office of profit? If you're holding an office of profit, you cannot contest the election. If you contested the election, after your election, you're holding an office of profit, you will be disqualified. And what is an office of profit? For that, four things we have to look at. First, you should be holding an office. Then it should be an office of profit. Then it should be under the government of India or government of state. And then if this office is under the exemption list, you will not be disqualified. If this office is not there in the exemption list, you will be disqualified. But even a private office can be declared as an office of profit if to this private office contract is awarded by the government. That can also become an office of profit. That is what you need to understand. Any questions as of now? Mary Com is an MP. She's a boxer. She has some businesses. So why she is not removed from office of profit? Because it is not an office of profit under the government. If it's a private office, she will not be disqualified. Sir, if Sonia Gandhi resigns and still holding an office of profit, how she is able to contest the election? Sonia Gandhi resigned as the Raebareli MP. She resigned as the chairperson of the National Advisory Council. That means now she is not holding any office. She contested the election. Once she contested the election, she won the election. And then once she wins the election, the law is already passed, exempting NSE from the office of profit. She became the chairperson of the NSE. Did President remove Hemant Soren? No, he is still the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. Sir, as the Vice President of Byju's, can you be appointed as an MP? MPs are not appointed. MPs are elected. Can I contest Lok Sabha, Rajya Sabha elections? Yes. I am holding an office, but this is an office of profit, but not under the government, not under the government of India, not under the government of the state. So I can contest elections. Look at the businessmen who are contesting the elections. Mr. Rajiv Chandrasekhar, the head of the Z Telefilms. There are advocates who are practicing in the Supreme Court. They're also the members of the parliament. P. Chidambaram, Abhishek Manu Singhvi, all these continue as the member of the parliament. They're holding private offices. Why governor did not act? According to him, he did not act because it would have affected the stability of the government. But that is not your job, my dear. Your job is to abide by the constitution. You should have abided by that report of the Election Commission of India. So, sir, is ECI report binding on the president? Yes, because constitution says it is binding. Okay. Do you need a break? No. We live in a democracy. Majority says no. So, no break. We'll discuss some offices and then we will take the break. Offices related to Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. First is the Speaker of the Lok Sabha. Who is the Speaker of the Lok Sabha? Constitution says after the general election, Lok Sabha shall elect two members, one as Speaker, the other as Deputy Speaker, and shall elect as soon as may be. What is the job of the Speaker of the Lok Sabha? Maintaining discipline in Lok Sabha, handling the business of the Lok Sabha. As I told you in the previous classes, that your job is like the class monitor. Because there are these 542 MPs sitting in Lok Sabha. I am the speaker, so together we are 543. How do I control them? There has to be a monitor who can allow one member to speak so that once you're speaking, other members can sit and listen quietly. If there are individuals who are creating a ruckus in the house, I will ask the marshals, please throw them out, evict them from the house because they are violating the decorum, the discipline in the house. So basically, the job of the speaker is to conduct the house, conduct the proceedings of the house, maintain the discipline in the house, so that the job of the parliament, which is to make law, and to this law, Lok Sabha plays a very important role. Lok Sabha should be effectively organized. That's the job of the speaker. And that is what constitution says after every election, which is conducted 5 years. The House of the People shall, that means it is mandatory. What? To elect speaker and the deputy speaker. But the constitution does not provide for a time frame. It only says shall, which is mandatory, as soon as may be. And what is that as soon? It can be year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, just a day before the dissolution of Lok Sabha, we don't know. But as soon as may be, you have to elect. That means the speaker is the member of Lok Sabha, is elected by simple majority. The Speaker of the Lok Sabha is elected by the members of the Lok Sabha when a resolution is passed by simple majority. So all these 543 MPs, one person is to be elected as the speaker. Whoever gets simple majority in Lok Sabha, that person is the speaker. But we know government always has the simple majority in the house. So the speaker is normally from the ruling party or the ruling coalition. For example, Mr. Om Birla is the speaker of the Lok Sabha from the BJP because BJP has the majority in Lok Sabha. BJP is the ruling party. Prior to that, Ms. Sumitra Mahajan from the BJP, she was the speaker. Prior to that, Ms. Meera Kumar, she was the member of the Congress party. Congress was the ruling party. She was the speaker. Prior to her, Somnath Chatterjee. He was not from the Congress, but he was from the ruling coalition. He was part of the CPIM, and CPIM was part of the ruling coalition. So this speaker is either from the ruling party or the ruling coalition. And the speaker normally holds office during the term of the Lok Sabha. So Sumitra Mahajan, Ms. Sumrita Mahajan, she was the speaker of Lok Sabha for the entire term of Lok Sabha for 5 years. Now Mr. Om Birla may be holding the office for the entire term of the Lok Sabha. But this speaker can be removed by effective majority. That means even before completing your term, at any point in time, the speaker can be removed from his office if Lok Sabha passes a resolution by effective majority. That means the speaker is the member of the Lok Sabha, is elected by simple majority, normally for the entire term of the Lok Sabha. Even before that, the speaker can be removed if Lok Sabha passes a resolution by effective majority. And what is the role of the speaker? To maintain discipline, to organize the proceedings of the Lok Sabha. Basically, you are the monitor of Lok Sabha. And the speaker has some powers. Powers under anti-defection law to disqualify MPs, power to certify a money bill, power to suspend MPs for disruption, indiscipline, power to nominate chairpersons to various parliamentary committees, presides over a joint sitting of the houses, these are only few roles and responsibilities that I have mentioned here regarding the office of speaker. But as we proceed further, we will understand and look at some various roles and some controversies generating the office of the speaker. So here I have briefly mentioned some of the roles. For example, on the grounds of office of profit, change in the nature of citizenship, adjudged insolvent, mental unsoundness, who can disqualify a legislator, president, or the governor on the report of the Election Commission of India? Clear? But who can disqualify a legislator on the grounds of violating anti-defection law? That power is given to the speaker under the 10th schedule of the Constitution. Similarly, under Article 110, money bill is certified by the speaker, and we say her certification is the final. Certifying a bill as the money bill is the power of the speaker of the Lok Sabha. What is that money bill? What is that certification? We'll discuss slightly later. Similarly, if there are members of the parliament who are basically creating a ruckus, indiscipline in the house, raising slogans in the house, violating the time of the house, you can be suspended by the speaker. So speaker has the power to suspend these unruly members. And there are various parliamentary committees which we will discuss, and it is the power of the speaker to nominate the chairperson of these parliamentary committees. And he also has the power to preside over the joint sitting of the two houses. On a bill, when there is a deadlock, who will preside over this joint sitting? That responsibility is of the speaker. Clear? But to assist speaker, we have the deputy speaker. Who is this deputy speaker? Right now, we don't have a deputy speaker. Not just in Lok Sabha, there is no deputy speaker in Rajasthan, no deputy speaker in Uttarakhand, no deputy speaker in Uttar Pradesh, no deputy speaker in Madhya Pradesh, no deputy speaker in Jharkhand. We don't have a deputy speaker. Matter went to the court. A public interest litigation was filed. Now the Supreme Court is basically hearing this matter. Why? Because Constitution says after the general election, the House of the People shall elect two members, one as the speaker, the other as deputy speaker, but as soon as may be. If the word is shall, that means it is mandatory for Lok Sabha to elect a deputy speaker. Lok Sabha was constituted in 2019. We are in 2023. We don't have a deputy speaker. Constitution says as soon as may be. And what is that as soon as may be? Is it after a year, after 2 years, after 3 years, after 4.5 years, after 4? If the number of years are 5, that's the term of the Lok Sabha. Can the deputy speaker be elected one day before the dissolution of Lok Sabha? What is this as soon as may be? And now let's see what the court will have to rule on this matter. This deputy speaker, by a convention, is from the opposition. And that is perhaps why we do not have a deputy speaker. Although Constitution does not say that speaker should be from ruling party and the deputy speaker should be from the opposition. No. But there is a convention. If the speaker is from the ruling party, unwritten rule is deputy speaker should be from the opposition. In the last Lok Sabha, we had Mr. Thambidurai from AIA-DMK. He was the deputy speaker. Prior to that, we used to have members of the opposition as the deputy speakers. But the point is, if the speaker is from the ruling party, deputy speaker normally from the opposition, this is not something which is mentioned in the Constitution. This is a convention, an unwritten rule. But the deputy speaker, just like speaker, is elected by Lok Sabha by simple majority and can be removed by Lok Sabha as well, but by effective majority. And what is the basic job of the deputy speaker? If this is Lok Sabha, who will preside over Lok Sabha? Speaker. But if the speaker is absent, who will preside over Lok Sabha? Deputy speaker. And if the deputy speaker is also not there, either the office has not been elected or the office is vacant or it is the deputy speaker is absent, then who will preside over Lok Sabha? We have a panel of chairpersons. Not more than 10. From different political parties. What does that mean? Listen to me carefully. The speaker and the deputy speaker, they may also resign from their offices. So they are elected by Lok Sabha, they can be removed by Lok Sabha, elected by simple majority, removed by effective majority, but they can also resign. And how do they resign? Speaker sends resignation to deputy speaker, and deputy speaker sends resignation to the speaker. So speaker and the deputy speaker, they resign by submitting resignation to each other. This matter was raised in the Constituent Assembly. Some members objected. Some members said, why should speaker send his resignation to his inferior, to his subordinate, who is the deputy speaker? Normally what we do, we send our resignation to our superior. So if I have to resign, I will submit my resignation to the CEO, my superior. If I am resigning, why should I submit my resignation to my junior, to my subordinate? Or you submit your resignation to somebody who appoints you. So it makes no sense for the speaker to send his resignation to the deputy speaker. Deputy speaker sending resignation to speaker is okay because deputy speaker is subordinate to the speaker. But speaker sending resignation to deputy speaker, this is something which we don't understand. It's difficult to understand. But the Constituent Assembly said, speaker is elected by Lok Sabha. Deputy speaker is also elected by the Lok Sabha. So who is appointing you? You have to submit your resignation to them as well. Clear? Speaker is appointed by Lok Sabha MPs. Speaker is also appointed, deputy speaker is also appointed by Lok Sabha MPs. So who is the appointing authority? House of the People, Lok Sabha. If the speaker has to resign, that means he has to send the resignation to the House of the People, to the Lok Sabha. It may not be possible to individually send resignation letters to all the MPs of Lok Sabha. Instead, the convenience says speaker will send the resignation to the deputy speaker, which means you are sending resignation to the House of the People, because House of the People has elected the deputy speaker. And deputy speaker will submit the resignation to the speaker because deputy speaker is appointed by the House of the People. House of the People has appointed the speaker, so I will send my resignation to the speaker. But if the speaker's office is absent, speaker is busy somewhere, deputy speaker is not there, who will preside over Lok Sabha? We have a panel. As soon as the speaker is elected, the speaker sets up a panel. Panel is all the 542 MPs of Lok Sabha that we have. What is their strength? To which party do they belong? I will have to nominate not more than 10 people to this panel of 10 chairpersons. Which means if the speaker is not present, then deputy speaker will preside. Deputy speaker is not present, then one from this panel will be presiding over Lok Sabha. That means now I have to nominate this panel of not more than 10. And here I will follow proportional representation system. Which means if more than half of the MPs in Lok Sabha are from BJP, which means 5 MPs in this panel will be from the BJP. One will be from the Congress. One will be from Trinamool Congress. One will be from DMK. One will be from Biju Janata Dal. Which means this panel of chairperson will be represented by various political parties. And in absence of the speaker, one from this panel will preside over the sessions of the Lok Sabha. Clear? But listen to me carefully, something technical, but something very important. This speaker submits resignation to the deputy speaker. We don't have a deputy speaker. Then to whom will speaker submit his resignation if the speaker wants to resign? We have an officer known as Secretary General of Lok Sabha. If the speaker has to resign, submits resignation to the deputy speaker. If deputy speaker is not there, the speaker will resign and submit his resignation to the Secretary General of Lok Sabha. And then the Secretary General of Lok Sabha will inform all the members of the Lok Sabha that the speaker has resigned. Now you have to elect another speaker. That's number one. Number two, if the speaker is absent, who will preside over Lok Sabha? Deputy speaker. But what if the speaker's office is vacant? Vacant can be if the speaker has been removed from his office. That means there is a vacancy. If the speaker is dead, that means there is a vacancy. If the speaker has been removed by the Lok Sabha, if the speaker is dead, that means there is a vacancy in the office of the speaker. And when there is a vacancy in the office of the speaker, then deputy speaker presides over Lok Sabha. But what if we don't have a deputy speaker? Then president will nominate one MP of Lok Sabha to preside over Lok Sabha. Why? Because in this scenario, this panel of 10 chairpersons will not preside over Lok Sabha. Why? Because the office of the speaker is now vacant. Vacancy can be because of death, vacancy can be because of removal, vacancy can be because of resignation. Now, if the speaker's office is vacant, but it is the same speaker who had set up this panel of 10 chairpersons. Now, if there is a vacancy in the office of the speaker, then deputy speaker will preside. If deputy speaker is also not present, then this panel will not preside, because this panel is now gone. Because this panel was set up by the speaker, but that speaker is no longer there. So that means this panel is also not there. That means in this case, who will preside over Lok Sabha? Who will be the monitor of the Lok Sabha? Someone appointed by the president to preside over Lok Sabha. Clear? 100%. These nitty-gritties, these factual data is very important for the prelims examination. Done? Clear? Any questions as of now? No questions. Very good. Okay. Now, similarly, in Rajya Sabha, we have the chairperson of Rajya Sabha. And who is the chairperson of Rajya Sabha? We have discussed the Vice President of India. That office is clear. But to assist the chairperson of Rajya Sabha, we have Deputy Chairperson of Rajya Sabha. Who is this Deputy Chairperson of Rajya Sabha? He is elected by MPs of Rajya Sabha by simple majority. Can be removed by effective majority. Listen to me carefully. I told you that speaker has the power. What is the power of the speaker? To suspend Lok Sabha MPs. Rajya Sabha chairperson does not have this power. If there are MPs in Lok Sabha who are creating a ruckus, who are raising slogans, who are disrupting the house, who are tearing the bills, who are throwing the microphone at each other, who are destroying the furniture of the Lok Sabha, these MPs can be disqualified. These MPs can be suspended by the speaker. So the speaker can suspend them, that for the entire duration of the session, you cannot participate in Lok Sabha. If this is budget session, you are suspended for the entire budget session. So that is what the speaker can do, can suspend a member from the entire duration of that session. But if the same thing happens in Rajya Sabha, the chairperson of Rajya Sabha, who is the speaker of the Rajya Sabha, does not have this power. Instead, it is the members of the Rajya Sabha, they have to pass a resolution by simple majority and suspend MPs. So if there are 4, 5, 6 MPs in Rajya Sabha who are creating ruckus, who are creating indiscipline, who are violating the decorum of the house, they can be suspended only if Rajya Sabha passes a resolution. Their members pass a resolution suspending their MPs. But in case of Lok Sabha, the power to suspend MPs is given to the Speaker of the Lok Sabha. But who will preside over Rajya Sabha? The chairperson of Rajya Sabha, who is the Vice President of India. If he is not present, who will preside over Rajya Sabha? Deputy Chairperson of Rajya Sabha. But this Deputy Chairman of Rajya Sabha, he is the member of Rajya Sabha. Vice President is not the member of the Rajya Sabha, but the Deputy Chairman is. And Deputy Chairman is elected by the members of Rajya Sabha by simple majority and can be removed by the Rajya Sabha by effective majority, just like the Speaker. But what if This is Rajya Sabha. Chairperson is absent. Who will preside over Rajya Sabha? Deputy chairperson. What if deputy chairperson is also absent? Then we have a panel of 6 vice chairpersons. In case of Lok Sabha, it is not more than 10. In case of Rajya Sabha, it's not more than 6. And now this panel of 6 vice chairperson, they will preside over Rajya Sabha. If vice president is not present, deputy chairman. Deputy chairman is not present, then somebody who is at serial number 1. Not present, somebody at serial number 2. Not present, somebody at serial number 3. That is why recently Miss P.T. Usha presided over Rajya Sabha. She's not the chairperson of Rajya Sabha. She's not the vice president of India. She's not the deputy chairperson of Rajya Sabha. But she is part of this panel of 6 vice chairperson. That means in absence of the chairperson, in absence of the deputy chairperson, anyone from this panel can preside over Rajya Sabha. But again, just like speaker, if the chairperson's office is vacant, vacancy can be because of if the vice president has resigned, if the vice president has been removed, if the vice president is dead. In his absence, who will preside over Rajya Sabha? Deputy chairman. If deputy chairman is also absent, who will preside over Rajya Sabha? Not this panel. Why? Because this panel was set up by the chairperson. But this chairperson is gone. The office is now vacant because of death, because of resignation, because of removal. Now, in this case, Rajya Sabha will be presided over by a member nominated by the president. President can nominate any Rajya Sabha MP to preside over Rajya Sabha when there is no deputy chairperson and the office of the chairperson is vacant because of death, because of resignation, because of removal. These are 4 important offices of the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Speaker, Deputy Speaker of Lok Sabha, Chairperson, Deputy Chairperson of Rajya Sabha. And we will revisit these offices multiple times in our discussion on union legislature. In case President appoints a speaker, again speaker should be elected. It is to preside over that session because there is no one to preside over Lok Sabha. To preside that session, President nominates somebody. And now there has to be a new election to elect the speaker. Now there has to be a fresh election to elect the deputy chairperson of Rajya Sabha. Done. Let's take a break now. We'll discuss the remaining offices, the whip and others after the break. 7:50. We'll meet 8:05. See you on the other side of the break. Shall we start? Okay. Now we have the leader of the house. House can be either Lok Sabha or Rajya Sabha. Clear? Who is the leader of the house in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha? Prime Minister. If he is a member. Who is the leader of the house in Lok Sabha? Prime Minister. If the Prime Minister is the member of Lok Sabha. Mr. Modi is the leader of the house in Lok Sabha. Why? Because he is the member of the Lok Sabha. Prior to him, Dr. Manmohan Singh. He was the leader of the house, but in Rajya Sabha because he was the member of the Rajya Sabha. In the Lok Sabha, initially it was Pranab Mukherjee, later on Sushil Kumar Shinde, who was the leader of the house in Lok Sabha. So that means who is the leader of the house in Lok Sabha? If Prime Minister is the member of the Lok Sabha, automatically Prime Minister becomes leader of the house of Lok Sabha. If Prime Minister is not the member of the Lok Sabha, then a senior minister is the leader of the house in Lok Sabha. Right now, Prime Minister Modi is the leader of the house in Lok Sabha. Mr. Piyush Goyal is the leader of the house in Rajya Sabha. Because he's a senior minister, belongs to Rajya Sabha, he is the leader of the house in Rajya Sabha. But what is the role played by leader of the house? Let's say, for example, there is a discussion in Lok Sabha on what is happening along the line of actual control between India and China. On that issue, if we need an authoritative statement from the government, who will give that statement? That is given by the leader of the house. It's the prime minister in case of Lok Sabha, a senior minister in case of Rajya Sabha. That's the job of the leader of the house. Similarly, we have leader of the opposition. Leader of the opposition is a statutory position. That means this is the position created by the law passed by the parliament in 1977. Now, what is this leader of opposition? He has been given the status of cabinet minister. But even if a legislator is holding the post of the leader of the opposition, you will not be disqualified on the grounds of office or profit because leader of opposition is also under the exemption list. A legislator can hold the office of leader of the opposition, yet will not be disqualified for being holding the office of profit because this post, this position is under the exemption list. But for that, we need to understand something important. In the initial years of India's republic, we had to look at the seating arrangement. What is the seating arrangement? This is Lok Sabha. Who will be seated on the first row, second row, towards the end? For that, we have to assign seats to individual MPs. Now, individual MPs will be assigned role, assigned seats based on their strength in Lok Sabha, clear to which political party they belong to. So, the initial years, the Speaker of the Lok Sabha created some rules, seating arrangement rules, that the first row will be given to those who are part of the government, that means the ruling political party. And on the other side, we will have the members who are from the opposition. But from the opposition, there can be a political party which has 100 MPs. There can be a political party which has only one MP. So we will not give the leader of a political party with one MP the same seating arrangement as the leader of a political party which has got 100 MPs. That is why seating arrangement was made. First opportunity will be given to the leader of a party which has 1/10 of the seats. All those political parties which have 1/10 of the seats in Lok Sabha, they will be given first opportunity to sit. Then, if those political parties which have less than 1/10 of the seats in Lok Sabha, those will be categorized as a group, and they will be given other seats, other responsible seats. And the same logic was then used when leader of opposition post was created. Same logic was, if there is a Lok Sabha consisting of 543 MPs, there will be a group which will be part of the government which will have the simple majority. Then who will become the leader of the opposition? The leader of a political party, single largest political party, which has more than 1/10 of the seats. The leader of that political party will be the leader of the opposition. Now, what if 1/10 of Lok Sabha means 55 seats? 543 is the strength of Lok Sabha, more than 1/10, it means 55. What if there is a political party A which has 70 seats, political party B which has 60 seats, political party C which has 56 seats? Who will be the leader of the opposition? The leader of the single largest political party. That means even if there are 2, 3, 4 political parties which satisfy this criteria of 1/10 of the seats, we will have to look at then the highest number of seats of a political party. Their leader will be known as the leader of the opposition. But in 2014, when elections were held, the BJP emerged as the single largest party with 282 seats. Congress did spectacularly well under the dynamic leadership of Shri Rahul Gandhi and bagged 44 seats. 44 is less than 1/10 of the seats. So that means in 2014 till 2019, there was no leader of the opposition. 2019 elections again, no political party was able to cross 1/10 of the seats. Congress did something better than 2014, but failed to reach 55 mark. So even now, we don't have a leader of the opposition. And this has happened previously as well. In 1982, when the elections, in 1984, when the elections were held, Rajiv Gandhi's Congress bagged more than 414 seats. The second largest political party in Lok Sabha was the Telugu Desam Party. It had 32 seats. But even then, they didn't have a leader of the opposition. So it has happened 3 times in the past that we don't have a leader of the opposition. But something happened in Delhi. There were 70 MLAs in Delhi. 2015 elections, 67 seats were bagged by Aam Aadmi Party and BJP bagged 3 seats. So is 3 more than 1/10 of 70? No, that means minimum that the BJP could have gained was 7 seats. If you were bagging 7 seats, then you could be made a leader of the opposition. But the Speaker of Delhi Legislative Assembly said, doesn't matter. One MLA from the BJP, we will give you the status of the leader of the opposition. So it is not a hard and fast rule. It depends upon the speaker. Since speaker is from the ruling political party, it basically depends upon the ruling party. Even if there is a political party which gets 1/10 of the seats, the leader of that party can be appointed as the leader of the opposition if the speaker wants, which basically means if the ruling government wants. And leader of opposition in Britain is known as shadow prime minister. Shadow prime minister, prime minister in waiting. If the prime minister loses majority in Lok Sabha, the first opportunity by the president is given to this leader of opposition that can you form the government so that you can become the prime minister, and then you prove whether you have the majority in the Lok Sabha or not. That means if there is an individual who is waiting in the shadow to become the prime minister, if the prime minister loses his majority, that person is the leader of the opposition. And leader of opposition plays some important role as well. For example, if we have to elect CVC, if we have to appoint the CVC, if we have to appoint the CBI director, if we have to appoint members of the Lokpal and the chairperson of Lokpal, one member of the committee which decides these appointments is the leader of the opposition. The leader of the opposition in Lok Sabha is part of the panel to appoint the CVC, Chief Vigilance Commissioner, to appoint the CBI director, to appoint the Lokpal and the members of the Lokpal. That is the role played by leader of the opposition. So currently there is no leader of opposition in Lok Sabha, but there is leader of opposition in Rajya Sabha. And when we don't have the leader of the opposition in Lok Sabha, then who is part of this committee to appoint CVC, CBI director, Lokpal? The member of this committee is the leader of single largest opposition party. That means even if there is no leader of opposition, but leader of the single largest opposition party is made the member of this committee to appoint CVC, CBI director, and members and chairperson of Lokpal. That is what you need to understand from leader of the opposition. Clear? Then there is something known as whip. And to understand whip, we first need to understand who is a pro tem speaker. We say speaker has a privilege. What is the privilege available with a speaker? He resigns on the first day of the new Lok Sabha session. Listen to me carefully. What is the term of Lok Sabha? 5 years. 17th Lok Sabha right now, the term is 5 years. Which means after 5 years, in 2024, all the Lok Sabha MPs will have to resign. Why? Because their term is over. That means once 5-year term is over, all the members of the Lok Sabha have to resign because Lok Sabha is now dissolved. New Lok Sabha is to be elected. But the speaker does not resign. He has the privilege, he stays in his office. He stays in his office till the time we have the new Lok Sabha which has been convened. And when the new Lok Sabha has to meet for the first time, the speaker of the old Lok Sabha resigns. That means the speaker of the Lok Sabha does not resign along with other members of the previous Lok Sabha. The speaker of the Lok Sabha continues, and when the new Lok Sabha is convened, the first session when this new Lok Sabha is to be set up, on that first day, the Lok Sabha speaker resigns. But Constitution says all these newly elected Lok Sabha MPs, they have to come to the Lok Sabha and they are to be administered oath. Who will administer oath to them? The speaker. But we don't have a speaker. And without administering oath, these members cannot participate in the proceedings of the Lok Sabha. Now, what the president does, he appoints a pro tem speaker. He nominates a pro tem speaker. Nominated by the president. And who is this individual? The most experienced Lok Sabha member. What does that mean? When the new Lok Sabha is convened, for example, when the next Lok Sabha will be convened, all these newly elected 543 MPs, they have to sit in Lok Sabha. But first they have to be administered oath. When they are administered oath, then they can come together and elect a speaker from amongst themselves. Because the constitution is clear. Once the new Lok Sabha is set up, they shall elect one person as the speaker as soon as may be. That means all these newly elected MPs, first they are to be administered oath, and then they will have to participate to elect the speaker. But who will be the monitor of that session? Who will preside over that session? That person is the pro tem speaker. But who is this pro tem speaker? Nominated by the president, who is the senior most or the most experienced member of Lok Sabha. Most experienced not in terms of age, in terms of the experience as the Lok Sabha MP. For example, in the last session, it was Kamal Nath who was appointed as the pro tem speaker. Not because Kamal Nath is very old, but in terms of experience, he was the 9th time member of the Lok Sabha. For 9 terms, he was the member of the Lok Sabha from Chidwara constituency in Madhya Pradesh. So the president nominates the senior most member of the Lok Sabha to become the pro tem speaker. And when the president is nominating him, I will first administer him the oath. You are now taking oath as the member of the Lok Sabha, and you are now the pro tem speaker. Once you are the pro tem speaker, now what is your job? Two roles. First, I have to administer oath to newly elected MPs. Once I administer them oath, then I will preside over the Lok Sabha session, so that now the Lok Sabha will elect their speaker. And once the speaker is elected by the simple majority, I will get down from my post, and this new speaker will preside over the Lok Sabha. That is what we call pro tem speaker. Clear? And now once you have the speaker, then deputy speaker is also elected, if at all elected. And now the Lok Sabha will continue to work as per the established norms and practices. Then every political party will nominate one member as a whip. Who is this whip? Whip is like the floor manager. Floor manager in the sense, we have the teachers. Somebody has to manage these teachers. In a sense, tomorrow it's your polity class, it's your daily newspaper analysis. You will have to take a daily quiz. You have to take an offline class. Somebody has to manage the teachers as well. Similarly, the BJP has 303 MPs in Lok Sabha. Somebody has to manage these 303 MPs. Similarly, somebody has to manage the 52 MPs of Lok Sabha from the Congress party. Every political party nominates one member as whip. So now this whip will become the floor manager of that party. What is this floor? Floor is Lok Sabha. What is floor? Floor is Rajya Sabha. What is floor? Legislative Assembly. What is floor? Legislative Council. That means Trinamool Congress will have one MP nominated in Lok Sabha to manage its own Lok Sabha MPs. Similarly, Congress, similarly, BJP, similarly, all political parties. And then these whips, they issue three kinds of whips or three types of whips. Which are these whips? One line whip, two line whip, three line whip. And any member of the parliament belonging to your political party, if you violate this three line whip, you will be disqualified under anti-defection law, which is under the 10th schedule of the Constitution. What does that mean? This whip, let's say I am the whip of the Congress party. Clear? I have to manage the 52 MPs of Congress in Lok Sabha. I, as a whip, can issue three different types of whips, three different kinds of whip, three different categories of whips. One is one line whip. That means in this directive, one line is mentioned. Then it can be two line whip. That means in this communication, two lines are mentioned. Then it can be in this communication, three lines are mentioned. What are these three lines, two lines, one line? I will inform the members of the party, Congress party, that tomorrow there is a budget session of Indian Parliament. Please come and attend. Just one line, informing them that there is a session of the Indian Parliament going to commence from tomorrow. That's it. Whether MPs of Congress will participate in that budget proceedings or not, that is their call. No action will be taken against them. But if I say it twice, two lines, there is a session of the Indian Parliament going on from tomorrow. There is going to be a discussion on, let's say, Citizenship Amendment Bill. Please participate. They may participate, they may not participate. No action will be taken against them. But if it's a three-line whip, now a third line is mentioned. There is a session of the Parliament going to commence from tomorrow. There is going to be a discussion on Citizenship Amendment Bill, and you have to vote against Citizenship Amendment Bill. If you violate this three-line whip, which means if you vote in favor of Citizenship Amendment Bill, or if you abstain, if you do not vote at all, I'm telling you, vote against. If you do anything which is contrary to my directive, if you are abstaining or if you're voting in favor, you will be disqualified under anti-defection law. That is why we say three-line whip is coercive in nature. Action can be taken against a legislator if you have violated the three-line whip. But who issues this whip? The floor manager of your political party, the whip. Clear? Why president nominates pro tem speaker? He can directly give oath to MPs. 100%. But giving oath, administering oath to all these 543 MPs one by one would be time consuming. Plus, in any case, president cannot preside over Lok Sabha to elect the new speaker. So somebody has to occupy that post to elect the new speaker. That is why, for a temporary period, a pro tem speaker is nominated by the president. How he knows whom they vote against or not? When we will discuss how these bills are passed, I will also tell you that there is a system in place where we exactly get to know how many MPs vote in favor of a bill, how many MPs vote against, and who are these people who vote in favor and against. That is displayed in the parliament. If you have witnessed a parliamentary proceeding, you will understand what I'm talking about, and I will explain it later. Okay. Now let's look at the sessions of the parliament. Constitution says parliament should meet as much as possible, but in such a manner that the time gap between last day of previous session and first day of next session is not more than 6 months. What is a session? For example, we are running this online classroom program. There is a morning session. There is an evening session from 5 to 8:30. There is a weekend session on Saturday and Sunday. In the similar fashion, we have the parliament. 543 MPs of Lok Sabha, 245 MPs of Rajya Sabha. Do they have to meet on a regular basis? Is parliament working 365 days in a year? No. What is the requirement that constitution has provided? That this parliament should meet as often as possible. If they want to meet 365 days a year, let it be. We do have no hesitation whatsoever. But it must meet at least 2 times in a year. Why? Because the constitution says that the time gap between the last day of the previous session and the first day of the second session should not be more than 6 months. What if there is a delay, more than 6 months delay? Government has to resign. Why government has to resign? Listen to me carefully. Who can summon the parliament? That there is going to be budget session, monsoon session, winter session. Who can summon the parliament? That from this date till this date, you have to meet. Who will summon? President. But president is a rubber stamp. President has to summon the parliament on the advice of the prime minister and his council of ministers. And specifically, we have discussed that there is a cabinet committee responsible for that. And what is that cabinet committee? Cabinet Committee on Parliamentary Affairs. Which means basically it is the prerogative of the government to advise the president that please summon the parliament. But this government, in a parliamentary democracy, is accountable to Lok Sabha. Right or wrong? This government is accountable to Lok Sabha. Clear? That means if this government does not have the majority in Lok Sabha, it will be voted out. The government has no other option but to resign. But imagine a situation that here is a government headed by, let's say, for example, there is a government in Rajasthan by Mr. Gehlot. They know they don't have the majority in legislative assembly. Or Mr. Modi knows he does not have the majority in the Lok Sabha. Which means if Lok Sabha is convened, and then in that Lok Sabha session, we realize a vote is issued, a motion is introduced, known as no confidence motion. That means Lok Sabha MPs say we don't have the confidence in Prime Minister Modi, which means Prime Minister Modi does not have the majority in the Lok Sabha, then Mr. Modi has to resign. Because Council of Ministers are responsible to Lok Sabha. What Mr. Modi will do, he will not advise the president to summon the parliament. That means 6 months, 7 months, 8 months, 10 months, 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, parliament is not convened at all. When parliament is not convened at all, how can parliament keep a check on the executive? How can parliament hold the executive accountable? That is why constitution is a requirement. Parliament must meet as much as possible, but in such a manner that the time gap between the last day of the session, previous session, and the first day of the second session should not be more than 6 months. And if it is more than 6 months, then the government has to resign. But this 6 months can be delayed, can be pardoned if it is an act of God. If there's a tsunami, if there's an earthquake, if there is a COVID-19 pandemic where parliament cannot be called to function. Why? Because it will lead to the spread of COVID-19 virus. In that case, the parliament session can be delayed even beyond 6 months, but only in exceptional circumstances, such as the act of God. Clear? So, which means parliament constitution does not talk about winter session. Constitution does not talk about monsoon session or budget session. Constitution only has a requirement that parliament must meet in such a manner that the time gap between the one and the second session should not be more than 6 months, which means parliament must meet at least 2 times in a single year. And for convenience, rules have been made. According to these rules of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, we have three major sessions of parliament. We have budget session, then we have monsoon session, and then we have the winter session of the parliament. Budget session, during this session, the budget is passed. The session which is going on right now. After this, at the time of monsoon, we will have a monsoon session of the parliament. Then we will have a winter session of the parliament in November and December. Clear? But these sessions are not mentioned in the constitution. These are mentioned in the rules of business and procedure of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. Clear? But whenever these sessions begin, this is where we come across something known as adjournment. What is adjournment? Adjournment is a brief interval in an ongoing session. And the power to adjourn is with the presiding officer. And this adjournment is of two types. Adjournment with date and time specified, and adjournment sine die. What does that mean? You go to a multiplex and you are watching this movie called Pathaan. Yash Raj Films starring Shah Rukh Khan, Pathaan. But then there is an interval. Does that mean Pathaan movie ends at the time of the interval? No, this is only a brief interval. Movie is still continuing. After that interval, we will come again and we will watch the remaining part of this movie. Similarly, in Parliament, who has the power to summon the Parliament? President, on the advice of the Prime Minister and his Council of Ministers. And to be more specific, Cabinet Committee on Parliamentary Affairs. Done? Now the Parliament has been convened. Now the President has issued a notification that budget session will commence from this date and it will end on this date. Monsoon session will commence on this date, it will end on this date. Winter session will commence on this date and will end on this date. Let's assume we are in the budget session. And in the budget session, when the Lok Sabha is meeting, Rajya Sabha is also meeting, I am the presiding officer. Who is the presiding officer? Either a speaker or a deputy speaker or a panel of not more than 10 chairpersons. In the Rajya Sabha, I am the chairperson or deputy chairperson or a panel of 6 vice chairpersons. I am the presiding officer. Now this presiding officer has the power to adjourn the house. What is this adjournment? Adjournment does not end the session. It is still budget session, but it's only a brief interval in an ongoing session. And who has the power to adjourn the house? That's the power with the presiding officer. And how does the presiding officer adjourn the house? This is Lok Sabha. Suddenly, Modi, hi. Modi, what is your relationship with Adani? We want a discussion on Adani. We want the discussion on the exposure of LIC and other banks to Adani. We need a discussion. Presiding officer, please calm down. We will discuss. We will debate. Why are you throwing chair at me? Why are you tearing down the copies of the bills? Why are you throwing microphone at each other? Don't raise slogans. See, in this indiscipline, we cannot conduct the house. The house is adjourned. When the presiding officer says the house is adjourned, he specifies the date and time when we are meeting again. Presiding officer says the house is adjourned. We will meet 19th of February, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That means I'm specifying while adjourning the house, when are we going to meet again? When we meet again at 2 o'clock, again there is ruckus. Again, chairs are thrown at each other. Just like Meera Kumar did previously. Baith jaiye. Why are you not listening to me? Please sit down. Listen to me. You're not listening to me. The house is adjourned. Just like I can do in the class. The house is adjourned. That doesn't mean the session is over. That doesn't mean politics session is over. I will say the house is adjourned today at 9:30 a.m. We will meet again 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. That means the presiding officer has the power to adjourn the house, which is a brief interval in an ongoing session. Session does not end. Session is still polity. Session is still budget session. But a brief interval we have taken. And what is that interval? We will meet tomorrow. That means today, once the Lok Sabha proceedings are over, then the presiding officer will say the house is adjourned. We have done a lot of good work today. We will meet again tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the morning. That means the presiding officer is specifying the date and time when we are going to meet again. But if the presiding officer says the house is adjourned sine die, that means he does not specify when we are going to meet again. And when does this normally happen? For example, right now the parliament has been adjourned sine die. Why? There is a budget session of the parliament going on. When the budget session of the parliament is going on, the presiding officer has said the house is adjourned sine die. Lok Sabha adjourned sine die. Rajya Sabha adjourned sine die. What does that mean? That means we don't know when we are meeting again. Why? Because right now there are some parliamentary committees. These parliamentary committees are now analyzing various demands from various ministries. Because budget has not been passed yet. Budget will be passed later. And right now, what these parliamentary committees are doing, they are identifying, they are looking at various ministries and their demands. Home Ministry is demanding these many crores. For that, there is a committee of parliament which is analyzing the demand of the Home Ministry. Finance Ministry is asking these many crores for these many schemes, new policies, new programs. For that, there's a committee of the parliament which is looking into these demands. And once the committees, they will present their report, they are done with their assessment, then the presiding officer, the speaker, will say the house will meet again tomorrow 10 o'clock in the morning. That means previously when he adjourned it sine die without specifying when we are going to meet again. And then he has to ask the members of the Lok Sabha to come again on the date and time specified by him. Similarly, there is something called prorogation. What is prorogation? Prorogation is the termination of the session. That means budget session has been prorogued, which means budget session has ended, budget session has been terminated. But who has this power to prorogue the session? This power is with the president. Which means who can summon parliament? President. Who can terminate the session of the parliament? President. But imagine, this session was from 1st of January till 19th of February. Clear? Who will summon this session? President of India, on the advice of the Prime Minister and his Council of Ministers, on the advice of the Cabinet Committee on Parliamentary Affairs. Now, during this period, House can be adjourned multiple times. For example, suddenly a member of the parliament dies. Now we will give obituary. He was a brilliant guy, absolutely gem. The kind of ruckus he would create in the parliament. Wow. I remember once when he threw chair at me. That was such a delight for my eyes. Things like that. Not exactly like this. We all praise them. And then we'll say the house is adjourned today in the honor of this member of the parliament who has died. We will meet tomorrow 10 o'clock in the morning. Adjourn. But if the session is till today only, because the president said the session will end on 19th of February, I cannot say the house is adjourned and we will meet tomorrow, because tomorrow the session is not there. It will end today. But I cannot say the session has been prorogued, because that's not my power as the presiding officer. That's the power of the president. President has the power to prorogue the session of the parliament. I will say the house is adjourned sine die. When the house is adjourned sine die, then it paves way for the president to prorogue the house, to prorogue the session of the parliament, to terminate the session of the Indian parliament. So, long story short, how many times can parliament meet in a particular year? This number has not been specified in the constitution. Constitution only says the houses of the parliament shall meet as much as possible, but in such a manner that the time between the first and the second session should not be more than 6 months, which means we have to meet at least 2 times in a single year. But normally we meet thrice a year: budget session, monsoon session, winter session. But who has the power to summon the parliament? President. But once the session has been started, the presiding officer has the power to adjourn the house. Adjournment does not end the session, does not terminate the session. Adjournment is a brief interval in an ongoing session. And this is the power of the presiding officer. Can be speaker, deputy speaker, anybody who is sitting on this chair. Can be anyone from the panel of chairpersons. Anybody is the presiding officer. And this presiding officer has the power to adjourn. But adjournment can be by specifying date and time when we are meeting again, or adjournment sine die. Normally, adjournment sine die is used on the last day of the session, because we are not meeting tomorrow. But presiding officer cannot terminate the session. That's the power with the president of India. So on the last day of the session, the speaker, the presiding officer, adjourns the house sine die. And once the presiding officer adjourns the house sine die, it paves way for the president to terminate, to prorogue the session of the parliament. Clear? But when the house is adjourned, there are various questions, there are various motions, there are various resolutions, there are various bills. Basically, there is agenda of the house. What is the agenda? In this session, we are discussing some bills. There are some questions asked by the parliamentarians. There are some motions, there are some resolutions, which we will discuss later. What will happen to this agenda when the house is adjourned? Nothing. No impact due to adjournment. What does that mean? There is a question asked by the legislator. Sir, when will we get 15 lakh rupees in our bank account? Mr. Amit Shah, please, can you answer this question? There is a question asked to a minister. The house is adjourned. What will happen to this question? Nothing. It will continue. Tomorrow, Amit Shah can answer. Day after, Amit Shah can answer. There is a bill pending in the parliament. What will happen to this bill when the house is adjourned? Nothing. The bill will continue. We'll discuss it today. If not today, tomorrow. If not tomorrow, later. If not later, then after some time. Because adjournment has no impact on the agenda of the house. Nothing. No impact whatsoever. But when the House of Parliament is prorogued, what is prorogation? I told you prorogation is the termination of the session of the parliament. And who has the power to prorogue the house? This power is with the president, to be exercised by the president on the advice of the prime minister and his council of ministers. When the session is prorogued, all questions, all motions, all resolutions lapse. What will happen to the bills? Bills survive. Sir, what does that mean? all the questions asked by the parliamentarians in budget session, all the motions introduced by the parliamentarians in the budget session, all the resolutions introduced by the parliament in the budget session. If parliament has not acted on these questions, on these motions, on these resolutions in budget session, but now budget session has been prorogued by the president, what will happen to them? They will lapse. That means if the member of the parliament has to ask the same question again, that means he or she will have to introduce this question, introduce this motion, introduce this resolution again in the next session, which can be monsoon session. Because in this session, now it has been prorogued by the president. All the agenda of the House, whether it is questions, whether it is motions, whether it is resolutions, they will lapse. Only the bills survive. Bills, pieces of law, legislative agenda, that survives. For example, if there is a bill which talks about raising the marriageable age of women from 18 to 21, this bill, if it was introduced in budget session but could not be passed, doesn't matter. We will discuss it in winter session. Still not passed, doesn't matter. We will discuss next year. Still not passed, doesn't matter. We'll discuss next year. That means till the time this Lok Sabha is in place, this Lok Sabha is in existence, nothing will happen to this bill. This bill will survive in the parliament. It will not lapse. But then something happens. When dissolution takes place, and this dissolution is done by the president. Now listen to me carefully. If I say parliament can be dissolved by the president only on the advice of the prime minister, is the statement correct? Yes or no? Deepika says no, Srikant yes, Aditya yes, Vishal yes, Yogendra yes, Hariom no. Parliament cannot be dissolved at all because parliament includes Rajya Sabha as well. Rajya Sabha is the permanent house of Indian parliament. It is not subject to dissolution. Rajya Sabha survives forever and ever and ever. It is Lok Sabha which is dissolved. When is Lok Sabha dissolved? Either once the Lok Sabha completes its tenure of 5 years, or it can be dissolved prematurely. What is this premature dissolution? That means even before completing 5 years, Lok Sabha can be dissolved. And who can dissolve Lok Sabha? President. How? On the advice of the Prime Minister. Is this advice binding? Yes, as well as no. And what happens to bills, questions, motions, resolutions when Lok Sabha is dissolved by the president? Everything lapses except 3 kinds of bills. What does that mean? Listen to me carefully. There are normally 3 sessions of the parliament: budget session, monsoon session, winter session. Clear? Now, during these sessions, there can be adjournment. Who has the power to adjourn the House? Presiding officer. But does adjournment terminate the session of the parliament? No. It's only a brief interval in an ongoing session. And if the House is adjourned, what will happen to these bills, questions, motions, resolutions? Nothing. They will continue. House is adjourned today, but we are meeting tomorrow. We'll take it there. House is adjourned, but we will discuss it day after. Clear? So nothing happens to the bills, motions, questions, resolutions when the presiding officer adjourns the House. Is that clear? 100%. But what if the House is prorogued, the session is prorogued? Who has the power to prorogue or terminate the session of the parliament? President. When the session has ended, what will happen to questions, resolutions, motions? They will lapse. All pending questions, all pending motions, all pending resolutions which have not been acted upon, they will lapse. What will happen to the bills which have not been acted upon, which have not been debated, which have not been passed? They will survive. If not in this session, we will take up in the next session. Then in the next session, then in the next session, then next session. Continue, continue, continue. Nothing will happen to the bills. But now Lok Sabha can be dissolved. And who can dissolve Lok Sabha? Number one, it is automatic dissolution. What is this automatic dissolution? Once you have completed 5 years, the term is over, Lok Sabha is dissolved. For example, your credit card. What is the validity of your credit card? For example, your credit card is valid till 31st January 2023. After that, it will automatically lapse. You have to get a new credit card. And that new credit card will then, you will start continue using. Similarly, automatic dissolution. Once 5-year term is over, Lok Sabha's term is 5 years, it will automatically dissolve once the 5-year term is over. Or there can be premature dissolution. What is this premature dissolution? Even before completing 5 years, the president has the power. Only the president has the power to dissolve Lok Sabha. How? Not on his own, on the advice of the Prime Minister. But is this advice of the Prime Minister to the President of India that dissolve Lok Sabha, is this advice binding on the President? We say yes as well as no. Yes, how? For example, 1971, India-Pakistan war, which was won by India, which led to the emergence of Bangladesh as an independent entity. Srimati Indira Gandhi was the Prime Minister. And 2 years before that, the Congress party was split. Congress party split into Congress O, Congress J. Congress O, it was basically old Congress, led by somebody like Neelam Sanjeeva Reddy, K. Kamraj from Tamil Nadu, from Madras. And Congress J, it was then led by Jagjeevan Ram, who was basically part of the Indira Gandhi's Congress. Indira Gandhi was expelled from the Congress party in 1969. And some of the members of the Congress party, they switched sides, supported Indira Gandhi, and others, they were part of this old Congress, known as the Syndicate Congress, which you will discuss in post-independent India. In 1971, when Indira Gandhi was the Prime Minister, when Pakistan was defeated, when Bangladesh emerged as an independent entity, Indira Gandhi thought that people will now support me. Some of my MPs have been taken away by the old Congress. My party has been split. I want to come back to power with an even thumping majority. And now this new political party which we have created, it should be in a position to win the election. She advised the president, President, come here. What? Dissolve Lok Sabha. Madam Gandhi, why you still have some time? I said, dissolve it. Okay, your advice, my command, your command, my advice, whatever it is, I'll dissolve Lok Sabha. But why? I want to win the election. That's it. I said, okay. This advice of the Prime Minister on the President, binding on the President, President dissolved Lok Sabha, new election was held, and Indira Gandhi's Congress won by an even thumping majority. So this advice is binding on the Prime Minister, binding on the President. But in some cases, it is not binding at all. In a sense, let's say, for example, we have Mr. Modi, who is the Prime Minister. But now the opposition has introduced no confidence motion. What is this no confidence motion? That Mr. Modi, you do not have the simple majority in Lok Sabha. And what if this no confidence motion is passed? Which means Prime Minister has no other option but to resign. Rahul Gandhi has introduced a no confidence motion. My God, this resolution has been passed. That means I, as the Prime Minister, I have no other option but to resign. I advise the President, do one thing, dissolve Lok Sabha. President will say, sorry. I said, why? Because you are now the defeated Prime Minister. You are a Prime Minister, your advice is binding on me, but you are a Prime Minister who has been defeated in a no confidence motion in Lok Sabha. Now your advice is not binding on me. That means the advice of a Prime Minister who has lost majority in Lok Sabha is not binding on the President of India. But sometimes even that can happen. For example, there was a time when Sheikh Abdullah was the chief minister of Jammu and Kashmir. Congress was supporting Sheikh Abdullah. Uh, that means Sheikh Abdullah's political party, National Conference, it did not have the majority on its own. Congress withdrew support, which ultimately means now Sheikh Abdullah does not have the majority. He still advised the governor, dissolve the legislative assembly. Governor accepted that advice, dissolved the legislative assembly, new elections were held, and National Conference won the election. Which means when we say this advice of a defeated prime minister may not be binding on the president of India. But if the president wants, he can still go by that advice, dissolve the parliament, dissolve the Lok Sabha, dissolve the legislative assembly by the governor. Then you can go to the court. And then you'll have to prove in the court that this was done arbitrarily, this was done illegally. And the court then will have the power to revive the dissolved legislative assembly. The court will have the power to revive the dissolved Lok Sabha. But be that as it may, when this Lok Sabha is dissolved, there will be some bills which were not acted upon, which are pending in Lok Sabha or which are pending in Rajya Sabha. There may be some questions, resolutions, motions. What will happen to all this agenda? Everything will lapse except three types of bills. Three kinds of bills will not lapse. Apart from that, everything else lapses. One, we are talking about three types of bills which do not lapse upon the dissolution of Lok Sabha. Because Rajya Sabha cannot be dissolved. Rajya Sabha is the permanent house of Indian Parliament. Bills originating in Rajya Sabha and pending in Rajya Sabha. In a sense, you have two brothers. Now this is the time of the examination. One brother, he has worked very hard, studied very hard throughout the year. Now his entire syllabus is over. He has attempted so many mocks as well. He's very ready for this examination. And now there is another brother who has not been performing well, is not studying properly, has wasted a lot of time. Now suddenly there is an important family event. Clear? That the family says, you should not go to the event because you have not prepared. This brother will say, but what is my fault? He has not been studying. He has wasted a lot of his time. He was always busy on Tinder and Instagram. I have never done that. I am prepared for this examination. So why are you discriminating against me? I should go to this family event. Said, okay, you come, but you don't. You study. And you will also set up somebody who can monitor you. So now a bill which is pending in Rajya Sabha, a bill has been originated in Rajya Sabha, introduced in Rajya Sabha, is pending in Rajya Sabha. Why will this bill lapse? Rajya Sabha will cry, I am the permanent house of Indian Parliament. Lok Sabha has been dissolved, so why should I suffer? That is why if a bill has been originated, introduced in Rajya Sabha and is pending in Rajya Sabha, since Rajya Sabha is the permanent house of the Indian Parliament, any bill which is pending in Rajya Sabha, introduced in Rajya Sabha, will not lapse upon the dissolution of Lok Sabha. Women's Reservation Bill, which calls upon the reservation for women in Lok Sabha and in legislative assemblies. That bill is pending in Rajya Sabha for many, many, many years. Why? Because that bill was introduced in Rajya Sabha. That was pending in Rajya Sabha as well. So even after Lok Sabha was dissolved in 2014, that bill survived. Lok Sabha was dissolved in 2019, that bill survived. Lok Sabha may be dissolved in 2024, that bill will still survive. So any bill which is introduced in Rajya Sabha, pending in Rajya Sabha, survives upon the dissolution of Lok Sabha. Bills awaiting President's assent. A bill has been passed by Lok Sabha as well as Rajya Sabha. It has been now sent to the President. What will happen to this bill? This bill will survive. It will not lapse. Why? Because this is waiting for the President's assent. But sir, what if President wants to send the bill back for reconsideration? President can send the bill back to Rajya Sabha because Rajya Sabha is present. President will send the bill back to Rajya Sabha. Rajya Sabha will reconsider this. So this bill, which is waiting for President's assent, will not lapse. See, bills on which President has notified a joint sitting. Listen to me carefully, because UPSC will confuse you with some statements. So you have to be absolutely sure when it comes to your concepts. There's a bill on which there is a deadlock. One house agrees with this bill, other house does not agree. What will happen to this bill? Normally, the president will call for a joint sitting of the two houses. But this bill, on which there is a deadlock, and president has not notified the joint sitting, what will happen to this bill? It will lapse. But then there is a bill on which there is a deadlock, but the president, before dissolution of Lok Sabha, has notified joint sitting of the two houses. Such a bill on which the president has already notified joint sitting, such a bill will not lapse upon the dissolution of Lok Sabha. Apart from this, everything lapses upon the dissolution of Lok Sabha, except, apart from three bills, one motion. What is that motion? Calling for the removal of a judge of the Supreme Court or High Court. We say three bills do not lapse upon the dissolution of Lok Sabha. Apart from that, there is a motion. If there is a motion calling for the removal of the judge of the Supreme Court or High Court, this is such an important motion, such an important matter, that it will not be lapse upon the dissolution of Lok Sabha. Which means when the new Lok Sabha will be convened, you don't have to introduce this motion again. This motion is already present. Now this Lok Sabha has to consider this motion. Whether it will pass this or not, that is their discretion. But you don't have to reintroduce this bill. When we say lapse, it means those questions lapse. If you want to ask those questions again, you have to introduce it again. Resolutions, motions lapse. If you want to introduce them again, you have to introduce them again in the next parliament. Bills, if they have lapsed, that means same bills will not continue. If you want the same kind of law again, you have to introduce the bill again. That is the difference between dissolution, prorogation, adjournment. Any questions, let me know, then we will jump to something else. Rajya Sabha passes a bill and Lok Sabha, it is pending. What will happen? It will lapse. Sir, whip doesn't violate independence of elected member to have a free and fair choice. We'll discuss that in anti-defection law. You've raised a very important question, brilliant question. We'll discuss that in anti-defection law. If the bill is passed by Lok Sabha, pending in the Rajya Sabha, lapses. Because both conditions should be satisfied. Bill originating in the Rajya Sabha, pending in the Rajya Sabha. That means these bills have not traveled to Lok Sabha. What about money bills? Money bills also lapse. Sir, in the 6-member of panel, then there may be non-MPs as well. I mean, any person? No, have to be only an MP. Because only an MP can preside over Lok Sabha. Only an MP can preside over Rajya Sabha. Cannot be any person. What if a bill was passed earlier by both houses? That means this bill is waiting for the president's assent. It will not lapse. Sir, if money bill is passed in Lok Sabha and is pending in the Rajya Sabha, lapses. Sir, if house is dissolved, it cannot start it again. Please tell. If Lok Sabha is dissolved, that means now fresh election will be conducted and new Lok Sabha will be set up. Newly elected 543 MPs will be part of Lok Sabha. Then they will decide. Sir, India's budget is already passed, but you're saying budget is not passed. Budget, my dear, has been introduced. It has not been passed. Now there can be so many permutations and combinations. What if Lok Sabha passes, Rajya Sabha does not pass? Like a horse who is walking, both the eyes, they're covered like this, so that you're not seeing here, you're not seeing here, you're just focused on your path. A bill which is introduced in Rajya Sabha is pending in Rajya Sabha. This bill will not lapse. Everything else, any permutation and combination, lapses. If a bill is lapsed, can it be introduced again in Parliament? Yes, it can be introduced again. Constitutional bill also lapses. What did I say? Any other permutation and combination, lapse. That constitutional amendment bill which talks about increasing the reservation for women or providing for reservation for women, it's a constitutional amendment bill introduced in Rajya Sabha, pending in Rajya Sabha, stays. If it was introduced in Lok Sabha, it would have lapsed. Sir, exception of removal of judge. Let's say today in this Lok Sabha, we have introduced a motion that the judge of the Supreme Court should be removed from his office. This motion has been introduced. Now Lok Sabha has dissolved. What will happen to this motion? The new Lok Sabha, you don't have to include or introduce this motion again. It is already there. Now these Lok Sabha MPs, when they will come, it is as if hypothetical situation. It is as if when these 543 MPs will come, they will come to Lok Sabha and say, oh, there is this motion for removal of a judge pending. We have to discuss this. That means you don't have to introduce it again. Why so many years women's reservation bill pending? Because there is no consensus. Parliamentarians, mostly men, they don't want to give away their prestige, their privilege, and share their powers with women. That's why they don't want to get it passed. Sir, if Lok Sabha is dissolved prematurely, then how much time new election takes place? Then within 6 months, although Election Commission has to take earliest opportunity, as soon as possible, it has to organize the elections. But within 6 months, the Election Commission has to organize the election. And what will happen in this period? The president will ask the prime minister, you continue. And that is why that individual is known as a caretaker prime minister. And that caretaker prime minister will continue. Okay, now let's look at powers, privileges of the parliament and members thereof. Listen to me carefully. Constitution said there should be powers, privileges, immunities available to the members of the parliament. And for that, parliament should pass a law. What Constitution said? If you want powers, immunities, privileges to be given to members of the parliament, for that parliament has to pass a law. Till the time parliament passes such a law, all these powers and privileges available to British MPs will be available to Indian Parliament and MPs. What does that mean? Constitution said, if a power is given to the Parliament, what is the power? Parliament can punish people for its contempt. For example, recently some speeches were given by Mr. Mallikarjun Kharge and Shri Rahul Gandhi in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. And a portion of this speech was removed, was not placed on record. What does that mean? Everything that Parliament decides, parliamentarians speak, everything goes on a record. That means it is recorded for posterity, forever and ever. Transcripts of that you can read. That is why even what happened in Constituent Assembly, you can read about it. Just go through the transcripts of what was the debate going on in the Constituent Assembly. Everything that the members of the Constituent Assembly discussed, debated, we can get to know today by reading those transcripts. Everything that the first Parliament, second Lok Sabha, third Lok Sabha, 10th Lok Sabha, whatever they discussed, we can read it today. But if you read it, you will see that there are some lines which are mentioned and there are some lines which are skipped. Skipped in the sense, if parliamentarians say something, everything goes on a record. But if they say something which is defamatory, if they say something which is against the rules of Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, those will not be recorded. That means those will be omitted. Clear? What if, what Rahul, for example, I watched that Rahul Gandhi speech. What if whatever Rahul Gandhi said in that speech, and the speaker said that there are some lines which you have spoken, those are not in favor of the rules of Lok Sabha, we are omitting those lines. What if those lines, I tell you what Rahul Gandhi said in the parliament, or I write in a copy and share it with you what Rahul Gandhi said in that speech, or I will write in the newspaper what Rahul Gandhi said in that speech, I will be booked for contempt, and parliament can punish me, sentence me to jail as well. Why? Because that's the privilege of the parliament. Clear? So parliament should have some privilege. Members of the parliament should have some privilege. What is that privilege? We will discuss. But Constitution said whatever power, whatever privilege, whatever immunity you want to give to parliament and parliamentarians, for that you have to pass a law. And if it takes time for you to pass such a law, till that time, for that period, for that interim period, whatever privileges are available to British Parliament, whatever privileges are available to British parliamentarians, those will continue for Indian parliamentarians as well. But then something happened. 44th Constitutional Amendment Act was passed in 1978. And this 44th Constitutional Amendment Act said all the privileges which were available to parliamentarians and parliament before this amendment, same privileges will continue afterwards as well. What does that mean? Slightly technical, but I will make it clear. Should parliament and parliamentarians have powers, immunities, privileges? Yes. What sort of powers, immunities, privileges? That is for the parliament to decide. Who says this? Constitution. But Constitution said till the time parliament passes such a law, all the powers, immunities, privileges which are available to British Parliament, they will be available to Indian parliamentarians as well. But till date, such a law has not been passed. No law has been passed. No law whatsoever. No law to define what are these powers, immunities, privileges available to parliamentarians. Then in 44th Amendment 1978, what Parliament did, Parliament said all the privileges which were available to Indian Parliament and parliamentarians before this amendment, same privileges will be available to Indian Parliament and parliamentarians after this amendment. But what were the privileges available before this amendment? British privileges. Same privileges which will be available after this amendment as well. So what has changed? Nothing. The only thing that has changed, the reference to British has been removed. Because in 44th Amendment 1978, Parliament said, Minister said, why should the constitution of an independent sovereign republic such as India refer to the constitution of another country? That is why we will drop this reference British, which basically means nothing has changed. All the British privileges are available to Indian parliamentarians as well. All the privileges available to British Parliament and their MPs are available to Indian Parliament and their MPs as well. The only thing that has changed is that our constitution has stopped referring to British Parliament. Our constitution has only said that all the privileges which were in operation before this amendment, those privileges will continue after this amendment as well. Which were the privileges before this amendment? British privileges. These privileges will continue after this amendment as well. So nothing has changed. The only thing that has changed is that this reference to British has been dropped. And no law has been passed to codify, to tell us which are these privileges, immunities, powers of the parliament and its members. But whatever we see in England, those privileges continue in India as well. Now let's look at what are these privileges. There are some privileges which are not codified, but Constitution has broadly talked about one privilege available to parliamentarians. There shall be freedom of speech. Freedom of speech. And this freedom of speech is absolute. Absolute in the sense, if you are a citizen of India, you have the freedom of speech and expression, but your freedom of speech and expression can be restricted on 8 grounds. Article 19(1)(a) gives you freedom of speech and expression, but it can be restricted on 8 grounds: public order, defamation, incitement to an offense, public morality, so on and so forth. But when it comes to the members of the parliament, inside the parliament, they have an absolute freedom of speech and expression. They can say whatever they want to say. They can express whatever they want to express. There are no restrictions whatsoever. No restrictions whatsoever. That is why in 2019 elections, Mr. Rahul Gandhi gave a slogan, Chokidar Chor hai. Chokidar, because Prime Minister called himself Chokidar. Chokidar is Chor, is a thief. He was referring to some alleged corruption in the deal of procurement of the Rafale jets from France. And it backfired on Rahul Gandhi, and ultimately Rahul Gandhi lost the elections. The point is, he said something else. He said, I have details of personal corruption of the Prime Minister. That is why Prime Minister is afraid of me. He is not letting me speak in the parliament. I'm telling the Prime Minister, allow me to speak in the parliament and I will expose you. I have details of all the corruption done by you. You may call Rahul Gandhi Pappu, but he's very clever. Clever in the sense, he was asked by the media, why don't you tell us here? What is the evidence that you have? He said, no, I'll speak in the parliament. Clever. Why? Because outside of the parliament, if he levels some allegations against the Prime Minister can drag him to the court on defamation. You have defamed me. But if he levels the same allegations inside the parliament, maximum that parliament can do, parliament can say, we will remove these references. These references will not go on record. But no action will be taken against Rahul Gandhi for defaming. That means inside parliament, you have an absolute freedom of speech and expression. Say whatever you want to say. Express whatever you want to express. And Constitution says, whatever speech you have given, anything that you have said, and any vote that you have given in the parliament, you will not be held accountable in any court of law. And this power, this privilege is given to the parliamentarians so that they are able to discuss everything fearlessly. Because there may be some wrongs committed by the government for which we don't have to prove, but you have to discuss it. That's how you can create an awareness. Maybe members of the parliament, they don't have to prove that the government is responsible or implicit or is a party to some corruption done by Mr. Adani and his group. But you have to raise this matter in the parliament, because if restrictions are imposed on your freedom of speech and expression inside the parliament, then we cannot become a representative democracy. Then parliamentarians will fear the judiciary. The judiciary will take action against you. That is why an absolute freedom of speech and expression is given, where you can say whatever you want to say. You can vote in whichever way you want. And the way you vote, whom you vote, how you vote, what you say, you will not be held accountable in any court of law. But Parliament has made some rules. Rules in the sense, you cannot use unparliamentary language in Parliament. So if you abuse in the Parliament, we cannot record your abuse so that 20 years down the line, if somebody is reading the transcripts of Parliament's proceedings, They will also see, oh, parliamentarians were using abusive language. It doesn't look nice. It doesn't befit this temple of India's democracy. So if there are some words which are derogatory, abusive, which incite people to violence, those things we will remove. Although no action will be taken against you in the judiciary. Judiciary cannot take any action against you. But we will remove a part of those speeches. And if we think that your speeches, they are indeed derogatory, we can suspend you as well. So Parliament will suspend you. Speaker will suspend Rahul Gandhi. Speaker will take action against Rahul Gandhi. But no action can be taken in any other court, in any court of law. So you don't have to fear the courts. You can say whatever you want to say, express whatever you want to express. The way you vote, the way you say something in the Parliament, you will not be held accountable in any court of law. But then something happened. What happened? PV Narasimha Rao was the Prime Minister. Although it was a minority government in the sense, Prime Minister Narasimha Rao did not enjoy the majority. But even if you did not enjoy the majority, how are you then running the government? Listen to me carefully. This is something important, technical but important. Let's say you have 543 MPs. To form the government, you need 272 plus. And this party A, it has 250 MPs. Yet this 250 MP political party completes 5-year term. How's that possible? That means if an opposition introduces no confidence motion against the Prime Minister, this opposition, what will happen? Opposition has 220 MPs. This political party has 220 MPs of political party X. But there are others who abstain. They neither vote in favor of opposition nor vote in favor of this ruling political party, which means this ruling political party still has simple majority. More than half of the members present and voting. That means there are members who abstain. That means this party is running a minority government. It has less than 272, but it is still surviving because other members of the opposition, they don't want to vote against them. And PV Narasimha Rao was running a minority government, but suddenly there was a vote of no confidence against him. When vote of no confidence, that means this government has to ask some people from the opposition that you have to support us. And it is alleged that bribes were given. And there were details about 10 MPs who were bribed to vote in favor of PV Narasimha Rao. That is what we call cash for votes scam. These MPs, they were given cash so that they can vote for PV Narasimha Rao. And then there was a CBI inquiry. CBI conducted the inquiry. Matter went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court asked CBI, tell us, what have you investigated? CBI said, forget about these 10 MPs. We have details of 5 MPs. And we have conclusive proof that yes, these 5 MPs have taken bribe, have taken cash to vote in favor of the then government headed by PV Narasimha Rao. The Supreme Court said, can you elaborate one more? CBI said, out of these 4 MPs belonging to JMM, Jharkhand Mukti Morcha, led by Shibu Soren, 4 MPs, they were given cash and they voted in favor of PV Narasimha Rao. Okay. What about this one other MP? Sir, we know he was paid cash, but he abstained. Did not vote. Matter went to the court. Supreme Court said, okay, now how do we deal with the situation? The Supreme Court said, no action will be taken against these 4 MPs, but this one MP, prosecute him and sentence him to jail. Why? because you have a privilege. What is the privilege? No member of the parliament shall be liable to proceedings in any court in respect of anything said or any vote given by him in the parliament. That means these members of the parliament, they were given cash to vote in favor of PV Narasimha Rao, and they voted. For this vote, they cannot be held accountable in any court of law, because although they were given bribe, but this bribe was given to vote in the parliament, no action can be taken against the parliamentarian for any vote that you have given inside the parliament. So these four MPs are exonerated. You are set free. Please go and do corruption again. This one MP, suddenly you had a conscience attack that I've taken the money, but I don't want to vote for PV Narasimha Rao. So you basically abstained. So basically you took cash. That means you took bribe, but not to vote. You did not vote. If you would have voted, we would not have taken any action against you. But since you have not voted, which means you have taken bribe, for bribery, you are sentenced to jail. That is the freedom of speech available to parliamentarians, an absolute one. Until date, this judgment has not been challenged in the court. CBI versus PV Narasimha Rao case, 1998, Supreme Court said, action will be taken against those MPs who took the bribe but do not vote. But those who take the bribe and vote as well, we cannot take any action against them, because Constitution has expressly prohibited us from taking any action against a member of the parliament for anything that they have said and any vote that they have given. Whether they have given vote in the parliament, whether they have given vote in any parliamentary committee as well. And no person shall be so liable in respect of the publication by or under the authority of either house of the parliament of any report, paper, votes, or proceedings. What does that mean? There is a discussion inside the parliament, and in that discussion, one member of the parliament is saying something against the judiciary, is saying judiciary is corrupt, or is criticizing one community, leveling allegations against a community, saying this community is responsible for terrorism or caste atrocities, so on and so forth. But whatever you have said, if this has been published in a newspaper, but with the authority of the parliament, no action will be taken against this newspaper. So what are you saying? I'm saying if I'm saying something, repeating something which was said in the parliament, it is an absolute freedom of speech. But if you say something outside of the parliament, there are reasonable restrictions imposed under the constitution. But if I'm saying the same thing which was said by a member of the parliament inside the parliament and by the authority of the parliament, no action will be taken against me. That means inside parliament, somebody used defamatory content, incited people to violence, said something immoral, said something indecent, said something which is against the sovereignty and integrity of India. If we publish the same thing in a newspaper, the newspaper will be held accountable for violating the restrictions on freedom of speech and expression. But if the parliament has asked this newspaper to publish it, parliament has allowed this newspaper to publish this, no action will be taken against this newspaper. That is the power and privilege. Any questions as of now? Ritika, what is your question? There are other privileges available to parliamentarians as well. First is freedom from arrest. What is this freedom from arrest? Here, parliament session is ongoing, whether budget session, monsoon session, winter session. And if there is a member of the parliament who is to be arrested in a civil case, he enjoys immunity. Immunity in the sense, this member of the parliament cannot be arrested, has the freedom from arrest when parliament is in session. Why? Because this is the privilege available to British parliamentarians. Why? Because they believe that the most important role of a parliamentarian is to legislate, is to make laws. We should not disturb him. So if there is a warrant against this individual in a civil case, don't arrest him till the time parliament is in session. Once the parliament session is over, then you can arrest that individual. But during parliament session, the most important duty of this parliamentarian is to throw chairs at each other, to tear the copies of the bills, to throw the microphone at each other. That's the most important duty. And during that parliamentary session, this member of the parliament cannot be arrested. That is the immunity. That's the freedom from arrest. But this freedom from arrest does not apply in case of contempt of court, does not exist in terms of a criminal case. That means if it's a criminal case, if it's a contempt of court case, then this member of the parliament can be arrested even during the parliamentary session. But if it's a civil case, during parliamentary session, this member of the parliament has the freedom from arrest. He or she cannot be arrested. There are some other individual privileges. There are some collective privileges which are available to parliament as an institution that we shall discuss tomorrow. Done? But sometimes after dissolution, there is no fresh election. No, after dissolution, there has to be fresh election. Okay, that is it for today. See you again tomorrow, 6 o'clock in the morning. We'll have another fascinating session on Indian Parliament. We'll discuss various kinds of bills. And tomorrow we'll pass the budget. Even if it's pending in the Parliament, we will pass it here. See you tomorrow, 6 o'clock. But till then, if you have any doubts, get in touch with the subject matter experts and they will respond to your queries till 10 o'clock. See you again tomorrow. Till then, stay safe. Bye-bye.